as it begins. Starting in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we are going to slowly crawl our way into the town of Canary, and this does give me some time to give some thank yous to some people. B. Grant 3, thank you very much for your contributions to the Melmond Relief Fund. I think we're all relieved that the town of Melmont will hopefully not appear in this adventure. Montgomery 0, thank you very much for resubscribing back for 13 months, and hope you're having a wonderful time here this weekend. BD Jeff EP, thank you very much for resubscribing back for 59 months, and definitely hope that you are having a fabulous time. All right, let's call it good there. We don't really need a lot with our Red Mage setup, just something that they can pass turns until we have completely got everybody accounted for. Whenever I do these solo challenges, I like to have them 100% waste their turns until we get the other 3 mages killed off. So let's do it. And probably since the last time that we played this cartridge would have been a victory, we're going to have 5 imps and a chance to strike first. So we'll just get this battle recycled out. And now see if we can get one that's a little bit more fearsome. Second welcome in. Red Pyramid, thank you much for the good wishes there. Dan does have more defense than the other Red Mages, which means that Dan probably will be getting critical hit a lot, yes. I can see that the imps with a 1 in 8 chance of targeting Dan know exactly what their job is. Second congratulations. I saw you get the repeated ranker on our streams this week. I'm glad that we have another competitor that has finally cleared out all 32 of the Kraken challenges. Starting to get a decent sized list of people that have all 32. And we got a lot of people that have either 30 or 31 challenges done. It is definitely getting pretty heated. Alright, we might almost be done killing our Red Mages off. It gets easier once the front Red Mages get taken down. Then the imps will target the ones at the back a little bit more often. And of course, they will definitely 100% of the time target Dan. All right, lock is down. We got 2 more to go. One more to go. Oski, you were so close. All right, I'm going to put this into a slightly easier position. There we go. Dan's out of here. Hopefully, maybe, someday. All right, that's it. Dan's on the offensive. There's no stopping him now. Dan is actually very easily stoppable. This is an incredibly dangerous position once you get down to your last character with the solo challenge. Getting the first battle started is surprisingly hard. At any moment, one critical hit could end Dan right here. And then we have to do the whole thing over again. Let me tell you, that would be a shame. And that would be the sound of one Dan victorious. Alright, definitely safety stepping in case things go wrong. And from here out. I think the basic game plan is going to be get to level 2, just fight the imps for a bit. At level 2, because you get essentially double your starting hit points, it's going to be a lot easier to survive Garland. You could probably win on level 1 with a couple of tries, but level 2 makes it much, much easier. Garland can do 15-20 damage with the upper range of his swings. On the low end, you can survive enough hits that that's not going to be an issue. But if he does like 2 high swings in a row, level 1 is just very uncomfortable. There we go. Level 2's done. So much easier with leveling up on the solo character versus having the full team here. And yes, we're committed to not doing a whole bunch of manipulation for our stats. We'll see if this ends up paying off. It saves me a lot of time getting to level 50, but could mean that the late game gets a lot tougher. Alright, I think I want to Cure, and I might want Fog, actually. I can't get Ruse until after class change, and by that point, you might as well get the defense sword instead. Fog's kind of interesting because there's nothing else that gives me a similar effect for physical defense, and early on that might be useful. This might be fine. Wolves have very low defense. We can take them down pretty quick. Their quality of life improvements, well, my Nintendo does have a very nice dust cover on it. It means after blowing the cartridges 50% less hard. Alright, in we go. I didn't buy a tent, even though probably would be a little bit smarter for doing the Garland fight, just in case there's issues. And let's see. Alright, 12 damage on the lit 1 spell, that's pretty bad. Let's go with the physical attacks. They're probably going to be better than that, and I'll use my spell charges for healing. Well, maybe Dan's physical attacks would actually be better than that. Dan may have some issues. There we go. 1 damage is a lot safer, although Dan doing 0 does not really help things as much as you would think. We're just gonna have to hope that we can kill Garland before he kills us. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Yeah, we probably need to have all of our spell charges for cures. Maybe even an extra level up or 2. Just to make things a lot nicer on this attempt. Like, you don't really need that much to beat Garland, but clearly Dan needs more than this. Alright, Dan, you can do it. Level 3 picked up. And we've got the princess. Turns out, the extra hit point wasn't even required. With that, we figured our next move, I mean, the pirates should be doable. We want to try getting over to Baroka as quickly as possible. That might be okay, but then after that, do we have a next step? I mean, if I can get the pirate cache and then get to the dwarves, that would be a short sword, which would be massively better for these fights. Alright, let's try it. Getting to provoke is not going to be easy. And again, probably should bring a tent for this trip just because if you can cut the amount of walking in half, it goes from really tough to just moderately challenging. That's unfortunate. Dan does have a lot of broken legs. I made it through one of those. Probably 3 fights on the way to Provoca. Playing on response rate 1, yeah, that's a bad idea. You do not want to try that. It really is awful. Dan does not get overwhelmed. We make Naroka on our first try. Not bad. Alright, you can toss on a 1 point of defense, which is probably not going to be enough to really make a difference here. Go for the slightly better accuracy of the scimitar, or just save up for the short sword, which is really what I want to do. Let's see if we can make it without the scimitar pickup. It'll save me a bit of cash. Arathan, thank you very much for resubscribing back for 20 months. Enjoy our solo Red Mage challenge this weekend. The response rate to 6 or 7. It's pretty bad even at like 7, but then again, I think it's pretty bad even at 8 a lot of the time. There's many things that they could have sped up without having it even be slightly taxing on the speed. And you don't have to go as fast as the randomizer does. Like, the randomizer really speeds things up a lot. But some of the big things that you get from just cutting out a tiny bit from every single animation and from the walking speed is so huge. Alright, 2 down. Just try to avoid the crits. It's a 1% crit rate. Just does 15 or 16 damage. Non-crits are going to do 0s or 1s. So we just gotta hold out for a bit. And hope that Dan does not miss too much. As we get into the fight, it gets a little bit easier, so you can actually think about doing like a lit 1 or something just to get a guaranteed kill on these early ones. But I like having the cure spells on hand to get my hit points back. Then it's not nearly as bad getting crit right at the very end. Not the first crit that kills you. It's the second crit. Now we have to do the third crit, which we should be totally fine for. Three to go. I like how simple the Red Mage is for the start. Like, a black belt is spending 4 hours fighting imps until you can think about taking on the pirates. But having the chain armor, which the fighter and the Red Mage get, makes this opening bit so much easier. Alright. Biggie's down. Dan is level 4. That's a pretty big boost. Now we have got the boat. Alright, now we're going to try and get over to Dwarf Cave and back. And I think this is where one tent would really help a lot. That way I can save coming out of the cave for a bit of the trip. We can do a pit stop in Canaria to get an in trip there as well with our boat. And once we get a short sword, then we are doing so much more damage. Ice 1 is also going to be a pretty nice damage boost. We've got a couple of second tier spell slots, and those ice spells are just phenomenally better than Fire and Lit 1. Hey, Good and Data, welcome in. Thank you very much for the good wishes. Les Pinevard, welcome in as well. And I hope you all enjoy our solo Red Mage playthrough. At this point, a lot of the aquatic fights would be nearly impossible for Dan. And that's not just because he's really bad, but because they actually have a lot of evasion. Save the good Kaisku battles for later. Those are the types of fight that we need to get a lot of cash once we have a little bit more survivability in offense. Right now, it's pretty dicey. And it is over for Dan. Alright, well, at least he tried. Use the Lit 1 spell for that. Lit 1 would take forever to kill a lot of these monsters, even though they're weak to lightning. Shark has more hit points than an ogre, and is 6 times as mean. Alright, Dan got out of there. Made it halfway. Make it all the way to the Dwarf Cave this time. See no poison? I didn't want to see this either. Probably did not want to see this. The ogre triple creep ambush. It was so close, Dan. That would have been just the most amazing success. Instead, it was the most expected failure in history. Alright, we'll take the midway save in Canaria. I was hoping to avoid it, but no. They've made me do this now. You know what, this act probably have enough cash to pay for the trip. Many things in this part of the world have such little value that you can barely get your money back from using up these spell slots. And for some character classes, that can be a real problem. Like if you have a character class that needs a whole bunch of imp grinding just to get started, you have to kill enough imps without dying to pay for the intro. And that's a surprising number of imps. Those things are only worth 6 gold apiece, so you're looking at a full 5-pack just to be able to save. Not being able to save the game without spending money is one thing that definitely makes for a very brutal Final Fantasy experience. Out of there. You can't make it out of there. We gain getting the lamp spell. We might get the mute spell, which is very useful for Astos. I think mute plus fog might be able to take Astos down. Gonna be a little bit different compared to the typical white mage strategy. But then again, we might as well also kind of think about how feasible it is to just wait until we have enough Fire 2, Lit 2, Ice 2 spells to get the job done, which is going to be pretty effective for taking him out if we get like level 10 or so. This is a situation where you're not really in that much of a rush to get some of the early game elements out of the way, especially if there are places where you're still getting reasonably good experience per fight. As a solo character, since everything is essentially multiplied by 4 for the rewards. Areas that would not support a team last a lot longer for viable grinds. And conversely, getting into a new area is much, much harder. It's Solo Shark. Last a couple rounds versus him. Hopefully. Just need a couple rounds. There you go, Dan. That wasn't so bad. I mean, it was pretty bad, but it could have been worse. Alright, so now we're at 1,500 gold thanks to all that money in the Dwarf Cave, which means that we can buy the short sword and the ice spell. There's not a lot of other really useful buffs. You can get 1 point of defense from the cap and the gloves, which, I mean, for a character like this, you might actually think about that. Not normally an investment that really makes a lot of sense, but sometimes you are very, very desperate. Nice one picked up. Sadly, the temper spell does not work. Otherwise, this would be way easier for these solo challenges for anyone that gets black magic. There's our short sword upgrade. I'll get rid of these wooden sticks we got earlier. I just need those so we could pass our turns. If you do not have an item in your inventory, you have to pick one of the other commands. You cannot use the item command to waste time. Now, that would mean fighting and running would be your only choices. We don't want to fight. Running would be kind of counterproductive. So we just need something very temporary. Also need some gloves. Dan loves gloves. Alright, so next big purchase is not going to be for a while. We can probably take a couple of Pures for safety, a couple of Tenths for safety. Start thinking about what enemies that we would like to be fighting here. Kaisakus make a very large amount of sense initially. You can get them quite easily after power on. You've got the ice spell now, which is going to do some pretty good damage. It doesn't guarantee a one-shot, but it does have a pretty good chance of working. Let's see if this works like I think it will. Hey, Captain Vittles, welcome in. Yes, solo Kaisaku, no problem. That one I'm not too worried about. So getting 60 experience a pop, 120 gold is really good. We do need a fair bit of cash for our spell purchases. I think second tier mute would be probably useful, rather than trying to damage trace Astos. Third tier we got Fire 2, Lit 2. I don't know if Cure 2 really makes a big difference. It's probably nice to have, especially in the late game when Fire 2 and Lit 2 stop being overly relevant. Hey, Power Moves 666. Welcome in and thank you much for the good wishes. Hope you enjoy our solo Red Mage challenge here tonight. It's pretty challenging, but the nice thing is that you get levels really fast. Or you die. It's like, just those two are the only options. How do we get these Kaizakus? So if you turn the console off and on again, then you're going to have a known initial state for what encounters are coming up. Now, it won't tell you anything about how many monsters are going to be in the formations or what the combat results are going to be, but you would know that after turning on the console, the very first battle on the ocean is always going to be a Kaizaku fight. It's going to have between 1 and 5 Kaizakus. So you might get a whole bunch of them, you might get a small amount, but this is one of the ones that is pretty famous because it's such an easy thing to do for people that recognize the patterns in it. Just very soon after the game came out that, hey, if you're on the boat, first encounter, Kaizakus. Hey, X-Nilo, welcome in. And thank you much for the good wishes. We just barely beat 5. That took some good rolls on our ice spells. Let's see what we're doing for experience. So we need 2.05 more Kaizakus. Get through the other 0.95 back. Like if we extended this out, it would not just be the first battle, but also the third battle after Power Home would be another Kaizaku fight. And then in between, you'd have to skip one encounter. One down. 2 down. But the 0.05. The 0.05 was the one that we missed. Yes, Sander, welcome in. Thank you much for the good wishes, and thank you very much for resubscribing back for 30 months. I do hope that you enjoy the shiny new orb and our solo Red Mage. Hey there, Iron Bloodshed. Hope you're doing well. About to hit level 5 with Dan here. It is usually every even level up that we get a nice bit of HP. Get a fighter, they'd be getting a large amount of HP for every single level up in these early games through the first 10. But most of the other character classes tend to be every other initially, and then over time that continues to slow down. Depending on your character class, you might get slightly fewer in the late game. It will eventually mean that the Black Mage is really, really bad at hit points. Alright, level 5 is done. Darts Turtle Games. Thank you very much for resubscribing back for 13 months. I should really be doing this by Canary because the game is so much closer out there. This was a tiny bit cheaper. Mostly makes sense doing it there when you are also looking to get like the ogre fights and things, as those are conveniently nearby on land. But if we're just doing Kaizakus only for the time being, we can afford to do it basically anywhere there's a nearby dock. Now we're going to be maxing out the stat gains, not for the Red Mage. I think that the Fighter, the Black Belt, and the Red Mage can get away with just taking whatever levels that they get, but the White Mage, Black Mage, and Thief all need a lot of assistance. Let's see if this ice spell kills. It did not. Well, hopefully Dan can hold out for another round or two. I need to take out this Kaizaku, do one heal, and we're going to try to do it with our sword after that. It's like usually the Kaizakus are pretty low damage, but every now and then they'll have a really nasty hit. means these bigger Kaisuke fights with 4s and 5s are kind of tough for the Red Mage for the time being. Alright, last one. Put our Cure spell on for safety. Let's go for the victory. Ah, Dan barely can do it. Dan is still not doing it. Dan has done it. The 3 stages of Dan. You start with optimism. Then you get this growing sense of dread and panic, and usually that's pretty bad. But eventually. Usually when you expect it least. That's when Dan somehow manages to save the day. Alright, now can we get down to Elf Land for our cap purchase? Let's see how this trip goes. I mean, yeah, the cap's only 1 extra point of defense, but going from 16 to 17 could save your life one day. Will be the day when we have that wonderful silver sword. It's so much better than anything else you can get in the early game. So much better than they probably intended. Which is why in later versions of Final Fantasy, the silver sword is no longer in Elfland and cannot be found until you get to Crusted Lake. I mean, it never really made sense being here because long sword is the best sword you can get in the town of Melmond. So you go to the next town, and it's actually a downgrade in the available weapons, which totally makes sense for the town of Melmont. But again, probably not what they had in mind. Almost at our last guys to go. There we go. Once we get established, how likely is it that Dan could beat ogres? Ogres a fair bit more in terms of value than a Kaisuke, especially for experience. But they're definitely a fairly bit more challenging. Let's see where a good threshold is for cutting over to him. I think after we've got the silver sword make a lot of sense. That's going to be a big level for it. We could think about just getting the first of our big attack spells. Fire 2 or Lit 2. Makes a lot of sense to pick up as soon as we get level 6. That's going to be our first spell charge. And it probably shouldn't even be that far away, to be honest. But you can very quickly cycle through some of these fights. You would need a couple more levels to be able to do things like the Peninsula Power Battle, but just getting these early ones out of the way, get all of your purchases done, that would help a lot for the transition over to the Peninsula. It's going to be a lot of Kaisuke encounters. It's going to be all Kaisuke encounters for a bit. Doesn't really make sense to fight anything else right now with how much better value these things are for money, and money being the #1 thing that we're hurting for right now. Although we are only 18 experience away from the level up, so probably should get down to the elf line for the spell. Question is, do I want Lit 2 or Fire 2 first? Lit 2 is going to be better in the Marsh Cave. Fire 2 is going to be better in places like Peninsula Power. So I guess the question is, am I doing Peninsula Power before Marsh? After Marsh, I would get the Silver Bracelet, which is just reducing our weight penalty. It's nice getting hit less often, but that's a very minor optimization. Whereas the amount of levels we get from Peninsula Power is really major. Are they within level 6? Hey, Marcus, welcome in. And I'm at System I. Thank you very much for gifting out a sub there. Glad you're enjoying the solo Red Mage playthrough. And HC Bailey, thank you much for the raid. Hope you're having a lovely time here today. I'm going to say Fire to our first spell. We're doing a solo Red Mage playthrough tonight. That means one fancy hat is going to beat Chaos. It's probably a 12-hour run, so I'm going to do this over both today and tomorrow night. But you get to enjoy it from the beginning. I'm at System I. Thank you once again for gifting out a whole bunch of gift subs there. All the support is appreciated. And I do hope you're doing well. Look at my trucker hat. Welcome in. Enjoy our solo Red Mage playthrough this weekend. Avon Chaos, welcome in. Alright, I'm looking for bigger Kaiser groups. Now they got Fire 2, we should be able to just absolutely maul the larger packs of them. That should dramatically speed this process up. Once we get level 7 and get a second Fire 2 charge, I still don't think we could beat Peninsula Power, but it's getting closer. I think the first time that we've got a viable chance of Peninsula Power fight is probably level 9 with 3 Fire 2s. And even then you're going to need to survive. How many solo Kaizaku fights are we getting in a row? It's a 1 in 5 chance. Equal odds. 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 Kaizakus. And of course, we get one every single time. What is resetting between the fights do? So basically what this is doing is setting the RNG for the next battle. When you turn the power on for the console, you're going to have a consistent first encounter. In the case of the boat, that it's always going to be a Kaizaku fight. And you don't have any control over what's going to happen in the battle, so you might have 1 or 5 Kaizakus, or any number in between. You got no idea what the combat results are going to be. But we'll give you a easy way to get the same encounter repeatedly, which for the boat happens to be something useful. Peninsula Power, it happens to be a Zombul Troll formation, which can be pretty good. Here's a little different variation. I did a soft reset instead of a hard reset. That means this is going to be a Sahag fight. We'll soft reset again. Now we're going to get a Kaizaku fight because that's the third battle after power on. Hey, Vivitz. Thank you very much for resubscribing back for 43 months. Relax and enjoy our solo Red Mage this weekend. Hey there, Greenly the Squirrel, welcome in. Let's see how combustible Kaizakus are. I'm hoping the answer is a lot. Yeah, they did alright. You can definitely see how much faster this would make a 5 Kaizaku fight now that we've got the Fire 2 spell. Nearly kills 50% of them, and then severely damages the other ones. So if we can get an actual good Kaisku fight here, that would be appreciated. We cannot get an actual good Kaisku fight. Might not even be worth doing the solos. Especially on the very first one after power on, just reset twice to try again. I mean, it does slowly move us forward in our levels, which is kind of important. But it's growing increasingly inefficient. Greenly the Squirrel, thank you much for resubscribing back for 53 months. Oh, definitely. Glad you've been continuing to enjoy Fantasy Final Fantasy here. What makes the Red Mage so red? It's from Dan's Diet of Exotic Berries. You just can't get enough of the stuff. Also, there may have been some blood from our friends, that is true. They had accidents. Let's see, our progress is 7, so we got a little bit less than 600 experience to go. That would be 10 Kaizakus, which is not bad as long as we get 5 packs. Let's see the 5 packs. Yeah, I mean, 3 is alright, I guess. It's silly better than the singles. Is there a concept like the Red Mage and Dungeons & Dragons? This is the Bard class. They do really well at the beginning of the game. They fall off very quickly because their power scaling just doesn't keep up with the better options that some of the more pure character types have. Like, if you're doing nothing but fighting, you tend to be much better at fighting than the Bard. If you are doing nothing but magic, you tend to be much better at magic. But they got a little bit of everything. Almost there for cash for a silver sword. Almost there for levels for level 7 here. How many solo Kaizaku fights are we going to suffer through? So many. Alright, we almost have level 7. We are very, very close. I should probably get the silver sword next. I'm going to get the Lit 2 spell because we're here. It gives me more options. Alright, Lit 2's picked up. I mean, you could even think about some of the protection spells from elements. I don't know how useful it is because you are kind of talking about a character class that probably dies regardless or wins easily regardless. But I guess versus Lich, it might make a little bit of sense to have something like A-Ice. A-Fire and A-Lit are pretty rare to be useful. Gotta have just the right fights for them to really make sense. Alright, level 7 picked up. I think Dan's been getting really atrocious stat gains, which I'm hoping ends up not being a problem. Missing out on Vitality early costs you a lot more than missing out on Vitality late. So if there is one place where I should be optimizing the stat gains, it was actually the last 6 levels. Really hard to make up for your bad stats at the end of the game. Good battle there. Let's see, level 8 is going to be another 26 Kaizokus. Starting to get mighty tempting to start thinking about ogres. I think our next purchase is probably going to be Silver Sword and then ogres after that. But hey, at least this way with all the spell charges, I might not even need to really do the second reset. If I can just blast the middle fight with Lit 2, or let me do one good fight on either side of the Kaizokus, that actually speed things up a bit. And still get some experience out of it. Like, early game monsters are not worth that much, but if you kill enough of them, eventually it adds up. I've done a solo Red Mage before. I've done a solo character challenge with every single character class, no class change. Some of them are pretty bad. By some of them, I definitely mean the Thief. That one is awful. Alright, let's see how much this one's worth. You get 4, 5, or 6 hags in these formations, so this is the low end of the experience for it. So we do these battles in between. I get extra 120, which is 2 more Kaizokus. Not amazing, but I guess it's okay. So this hags between 2 and 3 Kaizokus. You're missing out on the money, but that's not really as big of a bottleneck now. As we get closer and closer to having the Silver Sword, that's our last major purchase for a while. And then after that, we're primarily looking at getting the consumable items. You're going to need to buy one at a time. Over the course of the 12-hour run, at least 11 hours is going to be buying items at the store. Maybe longer. you're doing no class change. That is the plan. It is a little bit easier for class change to Red Mage, primarily because you get the warp and exit spells. So one, you could do the Ice Cave grind a lot faster and safer. And two is that you can get the Mazmune out of Temple of Fiends. But aside from that, there's not a lot that the Red Wizard gets over the Red Mage. Lit 3 and Ice 3 probably not going to be all that important. They're nice to have, but you're very rarely going to be killing things with those spells. Either it's going to be a fight that is unrunnable like a boss, or you're going to basically be only fighting the encounters that are actually worth anything for money or experience or whatever you're looking for at the time. Like with Lit 3, you could maybe do the Sea Shrine Pile of Pain a little bit. You'd have very few charges and there's not a good place to get to it. So that doesn't really get you a lot of battles. Am I going to grab the Mazmune? Yes. The Mazmune is very, very good, considering that you are absolutely terrible at melee, and you're going up to melee chaos. A fasted Red Mage at level 50 with the Mazmune is going to struggle to keep up with like a level 18 fighter. Alright, that was a great ogre fight. And that's why we've got the Silver Sword now. Alright, nice little upgrade there. So we are set for weapons and armor for the time being. There is nothing left that we can grab until after we kill Astos. So at this point, next step is probably to try and get the experience we need for level 9. And at that point, when I've got my third Fire 2 charge, then we can go up to Peninsula of Power. Means we have to have houses by then. Those are very expensive. But I still need some cash. But I also need a full level worth of experience. Just 2,400 at this point. It's going up really rapidly. 2,400 is 40 plus Kaizoku. That's a lot of Kaizokus. I think it might be time to start seriously thinking about doing the ogre grind. We can still get a Kaizoku or two if we see a good battle. Or we can just go right for the ogres and see how those do. What's our second best weapon with no class change? That would be the Sun Sword. You get that in Mirage Tower. Alright, so let's see how this looks. Gonna skip the sea fights. Going right to the ogres. And we're gonna win, or we're going to horribly, horribly die. Which is basically like how most of this run's gonna go. Lara247, thank you very much for resubscribing back for 18 months. Enjoy the shiny new orb. Enjoy Fantasy Final Fantasy today. Let's see Solo Ogre. So music with our Ice Spell, our Silver Sword by comparison. Looking pretty good. That was a big hit for the Silver Sword. I don't think the Red Mage is going to do nearly that well on average. But it is good to see. That one's nearly dead. Let's get you down first. You down second. Alright, this is pretty fast compared to the Kaisers, I think. So I believe we are now in ogre time. Can I kill a Groger? It seems like it would be a really bad idea. And for some reason, I want to try it. Hey, get Ragnell, welcome in. Okay, well, we got the full house to the ogres. Definitely using our spells up here on this one. I mean, Groger's not really worth even that much more than the regular ogre, so it is probably a very bad idea doing these. But on average, you're gonna get a fair bit more than a plain ogre fight. It's the thing that keeps this at least a little bit interesting. Alright, yeah, that's not bad. That's bad. Uh-oh, I don't have any more fire twos. Get out there, Dan! Why don't we do some safety healing just in case? So it looks like I can do the ogres and growers on that setup. And if you're doing a full party, you've got fighters, you're probably doing a couple more ogres past that, but this is already really pushing the limits of our Red Mage. Permapensive, thank you much for resubscribing back for 52 months. Hope you enjoy our solo Red Mage playthrough. Gonna be a good weekend to end. A whole lot of fancy hat. Get the guaranteed hit there. That's a pretty bad ice spell. Our regular attack is going to be all but amazing on average. If you had a fighter, you're already by this point pretty consistently one-shotting ogres. Whereas the Red Mage doesn't even make it on a critical hit. So far, so good. We got one more of these, then we got the Groger fight. I got all my Fire 2 spells for the Groger fight. I'm feeling pretty confident. We do not need to take a safety save in the middle. Let's get a double ogre here. I might need to use it. And we get double ogre, so let's use it. Let's do an in trip. Should be fine. For defense, yeah, the silver armor is very briefly going to be your best choice, but there's extremely little time in between when you get the silver armor and when you get the gold bracelet out of ordeals. We're going to do ordeals before we do Gurgur Volcano or Ice Cave. That way we get the gold bracelet out of there, we get the Zeus Gauntlet, we get the Ice Sword out of there. It's a lot of upgrades. So the silver armor lasts for like maybe 20 minutes. is a little bit more modest. We'll do one ogre fight after this. Might be getting level 9 here. So if we have a third Fire 3 spell, and we got a little bit more hit points, we're in the territory where it's starting to make sense to think about Peninsula Power. Don't know if it's a really good idea, but we could at least consider it seriously. Peninsula Power would be multiple times as big as doing one of these ogre fights. And if you have the money for houses, you can go really, really fast on it. Probably should have done the ogres, that was it. Yeah, it'll be fine. We'll be fine as long as Dan can run. So currently money 4,000, which is a little bit more than I need for the house. Ice 2 is also getting pretty interesting, but not until we have done at least one loop around there. House lets me do a second Peninsula Power fight at a time. And currently it's not a super good value. But I am thinking about it. So basically the walking time versus the time to go get a house. If you've got multiple characters, the house makes a lot of sense because you're getting many spell charges back instead of just 3. Well, I'm going to try it, see how it feels. You know, we'll at least do that. And then if it feels like it's better to do Peninsula Power one trip at a time, we could do that. If it makes more sense to do the house, we could do that. I feel like it's very unlikely we'll be able to get 2 fights without doing a house in between. Yeah, the lack of temper in Saber makes a massive difference on the original version. That's the real reason why some of these challenges are incredibly tough, is that you just don't have enough attack power to be able to do any kind of useful damage to Chaos at the end. And to absolutely maximize every single strength point on the way. Which we're not doing, so hopefully this does not bite me later. Same thing with hit points. Having your vitality absolutely maxed out makes a pretty hefty difference for hit points, like 100 to 150 points at the end of the game. Which again would be very nice to have, but that takes so much longer than getting whatever level ups that you end up just naturally having. But I only do that when it's absolutely essential for the character class, which should not be the case for the Red Mage. Chainmail, we got our cap and our gloves. We got a house here that we can use. Now, this point, big thing is going to be how many houses can we get per trip up? We're getting 1 house per trip. That's kind of just barely treading water. I think that ideally we would like to get hopefully 2 houses per trip. And you get 1 freebie for your walk out there. If we have 2 houses, that means we could do 3 battles per trip. Back down to Elfland, 3 battles. And eventually you're going to have enough that you're going to be able to get 1 extra house, and then that should hopefully kind of flywheel the process into something that's doing really good. Or at least that's what I'm hoping. We will find out if it's true. But we need some levels on this Red Mage. I mean, realistically, we should be able to grind very higher levels compared to what we would typically have, thanks to the 4x experience of being solo. I probably shouldn't really worry too much about it. 4x sounds like a lot, but it is. When you're still at the kind of exponential growth phase of the experience curve, not as many levels as you would think. Do we put our faith in Dan? No, we have had some minor accidents. There were other Red Mages. They did not make it. Good news is we do not need soft potions. That saves a bit of cash. The easiest character class to solo, definitely the fighter. Fighter's got so many advantages. You got a character class that's got really good equipment, so they can level up pretty easily. They're very well positioned to have an excellent time near the end of the game. Wow, that troll hit was kinda rough. Second easiest is the Black Belt. Black Belt starts out horrendously bad. However, once you beat Bicky, after that it gets way better. And as the game goes on, the Black Belt gets so good so fast, they have very little trouble, even before level 50, being able to beat Chaos. And then the Red Mage probably in 3rd place. Red Mage has a relatively easy start. You get the chainmail, which helps out a lot for the first couple levels. You get healing spells, you get the fast spell, which is pretty big near the end of the game, but you don't have the stats of the fighter. Your hit points are lower, your strength score is a lot lower. I don't know if this is working out for these levels. I think we need to get super lucky on the Zombles to have a good start of it. That was a great one for experience, like 4 Zombles is ideal. But if we can't survive getting that second fire 2 off, it's going to be really tough to win. It'd be easier with a smaller party. I think it can be sometimes easier with a party of 3. Party of 3, you don't have to worry about the ribbon problem. Like, somebody gonna have no ribbon at the end of the game, which makes it tough unless that person's a fighter. Fighter at least has decent elemental protection from other armor pieces, but nobody else really comes close to that. And with 3 characters, you get a little bit faster of a leveling curve. It all depends on how comfortable you are at doing kind of short-handed trips in places. With a smaller party, you're going to definitely have a much harder time doing some of the things that you really need to do, like getting through the ice cave without being paralyzed and stuff is pretty brutal. I don't think Peninsula Power is working out for our Red Mage right now. We might be going back to Ogre time. That is a shame. Alright, I'm going to take the smaller Zomble fights while I'm up here. If I can get a 2 or a 3 pack to get started, it would at least get me some value for the trip. But Dan's just taking too much damage on these hits. Like, there's like the fire 2 that we need. Super big rolls. But we're just not surviving. Alright, 3 pack. It's going to be tough with the Troll. Troll does much more damage than the Zombles do on average. So he's going to go really early and not get a hit again. Then got hit again. Alright, come on, 3 Zombles. I mean, 4 is a lot of Zombles. We survive, we got a chance. But we gotta go first and get really high rolls. Did not go first. See, these are the fights that we want to have when we have a lot of characters. Like, then the 4 packs. Really, really good. Ooh, 55, I don't think you can, like, feel from there. 48, probably even lower odds. And Dan did not go first. The second round's really the critical one for that. You're not going to get anybody down on round 1. But if you can get somebody down at the beginning of round 2, that helps a lot. And here's the 3 pack. Not really good numbers. So we still need to have like a perfect round 2. Dan, very nearly perfect. It was close. Zinglon, thank you very much for resubscribing back for 66 months. Hope you enjoy our solo Red Mage here tonight. We're going to be wiggling for a bit. And then probably going back to Ogres. I don't think Dan is quite able to handle Peninsula Power yet. How is he getting 4 packs every single time? I'm a sock. Thank you very much for resubscribing back for 54 months. Do hope you've been enjoying your weekend and enjoy the Fantasy Final Fantasy. Alright, solo Zomble. I mean, this feels embarrassing. Like, at a certain point, is it even really worth getting out of bed for this? Hey, Euthabro, welcome in. Hope you're enjoying everything. So that was a lot of value out of 1 Zombo kill, as you can see. And that is why we're here. Now, if we get like 3 of those at a time, it would be amazing. If we could get 4, that would be a miracle. You know, these early attacks really great in round 2. You should try it once. Manaya, welcome in. Thank you very much for resubscribing back for 59 months. And hopefully you can bring us some luck here with 2 Zombles. I think 2 is doable if we do not go last in this round. That's looking pretty solid. All right, 2 Zomble success. We paid for our house. We got level 10 out of the deal, which I don't think is another Fire 2 charge, right? Yeah, we still only have 1 left. So I'm going to go ahead and do the house. See if we can get another 2 2-packs or something. I mean, the 4-packs are very tempting, but they're also not very practical. Alright, Day needs to go first and kill all 4 Zombles. Let's do it. Close. It was very close. What about Furwolves? Furwolves are really bad in comparison to this. If we can kill 1 Zomble, that is already doing pretty good. I mean, this almost would have worked last time, Dan. It wouldn't work here, but it almost would have worked last time. I can't even get 2 giants. How are we getting the maximum encounters for every single time? All right, there we go. 3. At least 3, you got an outside shot of this working, and this is probably the highest value one that you can successfully do. But even this one's pretty dangerous. It is even more dangerous with the fact that we rolled very low there. We gotta go first. I don't think Dan has gotten a single one of the first round attacks when we needed it. We have needed those first round attacks a lot. This one's fine. You go late in this round. The next round, though, you gotta go first. And you gotta get some really big rolls. Not quite. This one's touchy just because the trolls do more damage than the zombles do, but you're at least getting a chance at 3s, and trolls have a little bit lower HP. So as long as you go first, you might do it. You'll never believe this, but Dan did not go first. How do you manipulate the counter? So when you turn the console off and on again, you will have a predictable sequence of which formations you're going to see next. And there'll be some variability, like you don't know if it's going to be 1, 2, 3, or 4 zombles. On top of that, 0, 1, or 2 trolls. But you always know the first battle after power on, if you're standing on one of these 4 squares, is going to be this troll zomble fight. And you can do this in every single zone of the game, but it's going to be different monsters depending on where you are. Alright, so we are almost at level 11. That was relatively profitable. Let's see, it's cash-wise not quite enough for 2 houses back from our 1 house investment. That's mainly a concern because you have to go to Elfland, which is a lot of sailing in between to grab houses. So the more often that we have to do that trip, the less efficient these loops are going to be. But it looks like we probably want to shoot for at least level 12, if not a fair bit higher. Any place are we going to grind this run? Not that many different places, but there will be a lot of grinding. We need to hit max level for doing a solo challenge, and I am probably going to do it in the ice cave with the eyes later on, but that is to be determined. Depends on how easily we can beat the eye over and over again. Agabas are another good choice in Gurgu Volcano, but a little bit slower. And the Sea Shrine Pile of Pain, which is a big formation at the bottom of the Sea Shrine, is in a very dangerous spot, but it does have some relatively good value. Fancy sword. The silver sword is just way too good. It's a pretty high priority for almost anybody that can use them, which is really just the fighter and Red Mage. Hey, thanks for all the shoes. Thank you very much for subscribing and enjoy the emotes, which should be arriving shortly. We need to cook these spiders. And then probably get 2 houses. See if I can maybe toss a couple of pure potions on. They are going a little bit faster than I planned for. The tents should still be fine. It'll be enough to get through a couple battles of Peninsula Power. And initially it's just really hard to get those started, but as you get further into it, the ease at which you can get those battles goes really, really quickly up. And then eventually they just get to the point where they're not valuable enough to even bother. But that is a ways away still. We can probably get up to like level 18 or so before Peninsula Power is going to start petering out. Those are 2 houses. Go back to Roka, we're going to get some additional tents. Probably don't need a pure potion quite yet. And then if we could do 3 battles up, then we'll see if it is going to pay out. I mean, we're almost to the point where I am starting to think about doing 2 per house. We're not quite there yet, but very close. We're going to mute Astos. That is one of the ideas. Depends on how early you want to do Astos. If you've got enough Ice 2 spells, you can just race him for damage. But mute is a little bit of a safer path. I'd probably do mute plus Fog 1, which will give me some physical defense. Evasion, unfortunately, does not work because you cannot get the Rue spell until after class change, and we are not planning on class changing. I guess the biggest thing to kind of plan out is whether to get all of the pre-lich levels now or not. The upside is that you are making things like Marsh Cave and that whole stretch easier if you get the level ups in advance. And the downside is that there is a little bit you can get advantage-wise. Like the silver armor is going to be better than the chainmail. It'll help a tiny bit with survivability up there. Don't know if it helps enough to really make a difference, but it's at least something worth thinking about. Alright, let's go. 2 houses. Probably get levels 12 and 13. Don't know if we get 12 and 13. That's like a lot of experience. It'd be close, though. We need, I think, 9 zombies. Which is almost barely doable. One thing you will notice is that as we get our levels up here, level 15 is about when things get a lot better for running here. We're already significantly improved from the start of the game. But ideally, we're minimum of level 15 for doing Marsh Cave for getting through the encounters. There's plenty of things that have paralysis. So it is very, very scary if you cannot successfully run almost always first try. Ooh, damn, I do it. Might not do it. We gotta go first. Dan has done it. 2 zombies down. Good start. That's halfway for our level. Can probably do 2 more fights. Alright, the 3 zombie one still looks pretty dodgy, but if Dan can do that in round 2, just go first, get some... Well, that was not a particularly good roll, but... The point is... While Dan may not have been 100% successful, at least he was trying. Those were both very low. Should have brought an extra hit point. We were saving that hit point from Garland just for a situation like that. There's another try of the 3-pack. These are just so much better to see what happens on than a 4-pack. So Dan goes first, you got a chance. Do we have it? No, it's apple number 2. All right, gotta go first again. Oh, Dan. That was very close. That one is the one that could have been something special. And now, back to our zombie grind. I think Dan's got this 4-pack. I mean, you made it out of round 1, so already you're looking pretty good, but the bottom left one does not have enough damage that we could one-shot here. So unless bottom left one just went, and unless none of the other zombies take turns, that is probably going to go quite badly. How do you get 0 zombies? That's what I want to know. That takes practice. Alright, interesting with a miss first round. Misses are very important round one, especially the troll missing. And troll rolled pretty low. Don't like that last one, but it is maybe our most credible attempt at a 4-pack yet. I think the credibility is gone. At least we killed the troll. The important thing is that we might not have survived. We took one of them down with us. Right, get a single. This one's not a freebie, but can do this without moves, which does increase our odds of being able to get a little bit of additional bonus hit points by the time that we do the next big fight. At this stage of the game, every level up can make a difference. Those single Zombo packs, by the way, are a pretty small chance. It is 25% to get single Zombo, and you've got a 33% chance to get no trolls. So seeing those lone ones, you are definitely wanting to capitalize on those fights. Alright, interesting start. And troll is a little bit too high. Let's see what our rolls are like. 168, 178, 48. Okay, the 48's really bad. The other three we can kill with this fire too if we go first. There's a slim chance we could win this. Upper right, if it just went. Oh, the troll didn't die. And upright did not go. I'm really surprised the troll did not go down there. That was looking very possible. Are those ones where you're close enough, but it's at least enticing. The 65 I know that we're not going to be able to win it. We would have been maybe close. But close. Just get you punched in the face really, really hard. Alright, all Zombles. Less damage that we take, but they have more hit points. So you do not have as likely of a chance of doing it in 2 rounds. The one with the 68 is the problem. Them being dead is a maybe not problem, but definitely frequent occurrence. Alright, let's try a 3. Alright, so the 66 one's concerning. Okay, that's a big hit. Close. Very close. Hey, let's count this as part of our ogre grind. Just for budgeting purposes. Basically our pre-Marsh Cave leveling routine. Sometimes it's ogres, sometimes it is more exotic fare. And sometimes it's the last troll that hurts the most. That one was really close. our 3 Zombie battle, which is the one that is the most interesting for the upper end of damage. Okay, we got very bad rolls on those Fire 2s. And it ended up not mattering. Hey, King Booty, welcome in. Thank you for the good wishes and enjoy the solo Red Mage weekend. Try the 4-pack here. Just need consistently good rolls. So bottom right, you cannot kill with a single Fire 2. Puts this as very improbable. I think the 2 troll one's probably not even worth bothering with. Like, you can, in theory, get trolls out a little bit easier, but the problem is they do, on average, more damage. And if you're barely getting out of round 1, you are definitely not wanting to have 2 trolls. All right, here's single and single. Not quite as good as 2 Zombies, but at least in the ballpark of viability. It's another victory in the books. Alright, level 12's done. Do have 4 Fire 2s now, which is pretty big. Alright, 4 Fire 2s might make it interesting for 2 battles up here. Have to see how we roll on these. Don't know if it's worth trying the Fur Wolves as the closer, if we can squeeze one more in or not. Alright. Those 2 are down. So we're 1700 into level 13 now, which means we need 2 more fights up here. Can we do something with this? I'm thinking. Don't think it's worth it. You're not quite at a position where you can realistically get the extra fight, but now that we lost to the Geist, I guess we get a freebie try at it. We'll see how we do. Oh, we had the 2 Zombies. Should heal all the way. It was almost a good play. I was not expecting an actual good formation. Like, this is very rarely seen. Kind of wrong at the very big downside is that you're spending time buying every single one of those heal potions over again. Alright, does Dan get the Fire 2 off? Does Dan kill the Fur Wolves? Dan does not kill the Fur Wolves. Okay, well, 2 Fur Wolves versus Dan here on the Fire 2. And the Fur Wolves win. Somehow, I am not surprised. That one was almost close. extra hit points and extra fire 2s, now it's more interesting for the wolves included in there. The problem is the frost spell rolls pretty high. So if you get hit by it, it is going to rapidly deplete your health. And you're also spending a lot longer into those battles. So it's worth thinking about. Then maybe we can do it. Definitely get our shopping done here. Let's see what we can get for consumable supplies before we head over to Elfland. So we can not get too much more than just the 2 houses. But the tents will definitely help. Didn't use a lot of pure potions up that time. A couple of heals probably makes sense as well. Actually, guess just cabins is fine enough for the time being. Tents and cabins are going to be pretty useful for the early game just for taking safety saves on the overall for travel. We don't need a lot of HP recovery. Tents are very fine. Cabins give you a little bit more. But you're paying more than twice as much for them, so. I think that's mostly the time savings, just buying fewer if you are going to be doing a whole bunch in a row. And hopefully that does not describe us. I think one more trip out there, and we should be able to do Marsh Cave after that. Once we get Marsh Cave done, I get a little bit more physical defense, I get a little bit lower weight penalty. Then we can get ready for the Lich fight. Lich is going to be doing probably about 300 damage, which is a lot before we can kill him. So definitely need to consider how we're dealing with that. AIs might help. We can get it off early in the fight. But then again, spending that round doing AIs could end up being relatively poor for overall speed. Alright, 2 houses picked up. That's 3 battles up at the pencil we can do now, and now we got the 4 fire 2s. Throwing in the Furlf battle becomes viable. We can see if we can get a little bit more economical with our fights up there. Like if I can win a double Zombo fight followed by 5 or 6 Furlfs, suddenly we're talking about almost 50% more value per house used. And then it gets pretty interesting. Sharks a pass. My end goal for Marsh Cave is just to try to get as close to level 15 as we can. From level 14, I'm willing to roll the dice on it. It's just going to be a slight penalty to our evasion and to our running. See, 11 houses, or 11 tents for our 2 houses. Probably should toss something else on here. Might just do heal potions because they're slightly faster to buy. Dan got this. Dan has got many things. This is not one of them. Oh, Dan has been stolen. Well, geez, Eternal, we will have to find out. whether or not Dan manages a comeback tomorrow night, which is when we get our second half of this playthrough. But there may be some surprises. I do hope you enjoy our challenge runs here. This is also going to be kicking off next week a whole bunch of YouTube videos for solo challenges I've done in the past. I have previously done all 6 character classes, solo, no class changed. And it's going to be a lot of videos. But I thought, why not bring back the classics here and celebrate with solo Red Mage. Hey, solo Zobble. Okay, well this one is very tempting. Using a big chunk of heal potions, but the value you get from not having to use a house up for 1,000 experience is pretty good. Assuming Dan can win this. That's the solo thief challenge gonna be. It's gonna be over many nights. I would love to do collection videos with the entire thing all in one playthrough, but YouTube's got a maximum of 10 hours, which is sadly a lot less than what Twitch has. So even if you did like a single sitting playthrough, you wouldn't be able to fit it in on a YouTube video. Alright, Troll is rude. And Dan was mildly perturbed. Alright, go for the Fur Wolf battles. See if we can capitalize on these. With like relatively good rolls. If I got 3 Fire 2s left over, I'm feeling pretty good about cashing it in to do another one of the Zomble fights afterwards. So not having to spend extra. That was pretty low on those. Don't think it's worth it. Gotta get better results than that to have any chance of the Fur Wolves cashing. Twitch delete VODs. Twitch has started restricting the number of hours of VODs that you can have. You could always have highlights that lasted forever, basically, but people were highlighting their entire streams and having thousands of hours of those, and Twitch basically just said to stop doing that. So now you can only have a very limited amount, which is the reason why everything's moving over to YouTube for it. Hey, Sarah117. Thank you very much for resubscribing back for 41 months. I'm glad that you've been enjoying the Zeldas. I'm still having fun with Link's Awakening. I'd like to get at least one more PB at Link's Awakening. There's been a couple of runs recently that have been very good up through Palace 7, which is near the end of the game. So I think once I get one that kind of hits a little bit better than the current one, that'll be a good time to maybe put Link's Awakening into retirement. Dan, how are you surviving this? Why are you surviving this? I am kind of surprised he's surviving this. Alright, level 13 picked up. We're going to get as close to 15 as we can. At this point, we've got 5,500 to go. shared the next speedrunning game I have not. Alright, this one seems possible. We'll see if it pays off for doing our extra fire 2s. Oh yeah, that should be good. So much nicer having that 4th fire too. It makes those Froze fights actually practical. It does not make the double troll fight practical. That one's still pretty unpractical. I could do the Froze first, but I'd like to do them second. Just so I know exactly what I'm working with. To get something like this where you absolutely need that 3rd fire too. You're gonna feel really bad if you used it up. 68's low. So upper left is concerned. The other 3, you'd need to get some good rolls. And looking like it's not gonna happen. We're still in the range where 3 Zombles is already a stretch. And 4 is basically impossible. But very, very amazing if it happens. Like, I would not complain. Right, 74 would need a massive roll here. 73, even more massive. Here's how we do it. Nope. Close in the bottom right, which would have maybe given me a chance. Ooh, maybe we got a chance. Gotta go first. Can we get a 4 Zomble battle? Just like that. Level 14's done. And it was incredible. Alright, last house. Never get first strikes. You will never get a first strike or an ambush for things that are unrunnable. So all these battles against Zombles, it's always a neutral start, which is both a positive and a negative. It means that you're never going to have a bad start where you just can't even get a turn. But if you had a free turn, it would be probably very, very likely you could win against some of these bigger fights. So you're missing out on the opportunity for the occasional freebie. This one's looking like a maybe. Looking less maybe. Looking like a yes. Alright, we might be done with Peninsula Power. Let's see how close we are for purposes of trying to grab this. Yeah, we're not going to get a level up out of this. I think we just go, we have done our battling of ogres and kaizakus and zombles. So around 2 hours is when we start preparing for the March Cave Dive. Feel pretty confident about it. We've got a significantly improved magic defense score, ability to run. Hit points are not going to massively make a difference, but it does help out for the wizard fight if you get a whole bunch of hits in before you can cast your Lit 2 spell, then you might be able to tank the wizards for a bit. And if we can chain that into working on Astos, then I think we're doing really good. Now, once you pass Astos, you got the silver armor. At that point, you're taking 3 less damage per hit, which doesn't sound like a lot because it's not. But if you think about the average fight being 7-8 hits, that's maybe 1 additional attack that you can survive. Thanks, man, J99. Thank you much for resubscribing back for 16 months. Enjoy the fantasy Final Fantasy. I've done a no shopping challenge. I'm pretty certain that we've done no shopping in the past. Decent number of appears. You don't need a used number because you're only getting 1 poison per battle. So at least that saves you some time there. C: welcome in. Thank you guys for the good wishes. And I hope you're enjoying your weekend so far. How does no shopping work? It's not doing any of the item purchases, which is inconvenient for a couple of places. But if you're playing on like the GBA version, it is way easy to do those kind of things. Iceman J99, thank you very much for gifting out a whole bunch of gift subs there. I'm very glad that you are having a wonderful time with Fantasy Final Fantasy. Thanks again for all the support. It is much appreciated. Save some cash after this, but I get so much money just from grabbing the boxes around here. Now, once you get past Astos, things get massively easier. Yeah, I think it would only make sense for it being like no item shopping. Or like no weapon and armor shopping. You gotta be specific with what you are excluding from it. No item shopping does save you a lot of time not having to buy all these potions. So many potions. Each individually gift wrapped. Glacier Wolf, welcome in. Thank you much for the good wishes there. Alright, so we did a bunch of item shopping. We've got maybe an Ice 2 spell that I could pick up on the way to Marsh Cave. That's 4,000 gold, I think. Ice 2 gives me a very handy attack versus Astos. I should have 2 of those now. We're level 14. We might even have our 3rd one. I want to say it's 11, 12, and 14? Does that sound right? Maybe 10, 11, and 13. We should have 3. Oh yeah, the video that's up with not spending any money is not even a Taz, it's faked out entirely. You could probably do it with a Taz, but it'd be really, really tedious and boring. You have a lot of battles we have to just basically manipulate to have no damage. And there are some fights where that's going to be practically impossible. So we did our shopping. We got 59 heal potions. Good portion where they're actually going to get the Ice 2 spell, because I'm thinking about that. Fast is going to be useful at the later portions of the game. We're not going to need to melee things for a while, though. Now, that is a good thing, because Dan is not good at melee. The creeps are running. You'll start seeing enemies flee once you get about a dozen levels above what their comfort zone is like. And you don't really see it a lot in normal playthroughs, but because we are doing a solo playthrough, we've got 4x our normal experience per battle. And it's putting it to the point where we are significantly out-leveling the areas that we are in. Alright, let's figure out the plan here. I think we want to go into a time where we can try and minimize the number of crawl encounters. Kind of what I've got planned out is that we would have only single crawls. This strategy is the consistent one, which is probably better for a bigger party, actually. An alternative strategy is to go for the random crawl fights. There's two versions of the bone formation. One that has always one crawl, which is our least favorite enemy right now. And the other one has got 0, 1, or 2 crawls. And so it's really happy you get 2, but I mean, with a solo character, you're probably just dying anyway, so not like it has any real impact having more crawls. Whereas if you get the 0, it's really, really good. Let's see if we got our first one. Probably not getting out of this. You have to go before the crawl after snapping out of a round. Well, maybe we've got a chance here. Dan tries again. Dan fails again. Dan tries again. These are 1 in 4 getting unparalyzed, by the way. So somehow, that worked. I did not expect Dan to survive that. Can he survive this one? Dan is getting boned so hard in this turn order. Made it past the 2 crawl fights so far. I still don't know how this is possible. Selling there. Alright, so we got crawl, spider out of the way. Gotta keep an eye on our way out. I want to take all the danger on the way out. And then if we can beat the wizards and we're trying to escape, then we're gonna see if we can get there without any crawl fights or ghoulgeists on the way out. There's just so many bad encounters, and every single fight that's got a paralyzing monster is possibly one that could end you. This could also be the end of Dan. Because we got all of the wizards. Okay, Dan just goes last in every single combat. That's how he rolls. And that's how he likes it. Crown picked up. I maybe should have taken the Furrow fight and seen if I could get a level up on the maximum wizard encounter. Definitely was not expecting that. Alright, now the fun part. Trying to get out of here. Problem is, if I run right now, we're gonna just run into a big pack of crawls and ghouls and other horrible monsters. Gotta leave it. And eventually, hope that there is enough of an opening in the encounters that we can make it out of here without another paralysis potentially being a thing. We do slower mix only after the run. You gotta have your dinner before you can have dessert. Let me tell you that Warmuck is a gigantic piece of cake. Down here for a while. Hopefully I brought enough pure potions. We're gonna poison a lot before we get out of here. Let's take more scums over gargoyles. Gargoyles do a lot of damage. Scums do poison, but the damage is pretty minor. I remember having done this before, that it is a patient wait. Just go for it. You can try running amok, but your odds of success would not be great. We are biding our time until we can have fewer crawls on the way out. We want to avoid monsters that have paralysis, which unfortunately is a lot of things in here. If you had 4 characters, you don't really care that much because one person can run, the whole team is saved. But with a solo character, getting paralyzed is really, really bad. Close. Still got the 0 to 2 crawl situation. I mean, I could roll the dice on it. It might be one of our better opportunities. The problem is if I get the 2 crawls, we are just not getting out of that fight. Get the 0 crawls, though, it's a freebie. And how much are we willing to gamble on that? I think we can go with a safer approach. It's just a little tedious getting to it. So we continue to wait. And wait. And hope that we're going to heal potions. I think we should again. Like if you use 2 or 3 heal potions per fight, we are probably fine. Here for a bit. Problem with scorpion fights is that you get scorpions on both this floor and the floor next to it, so you don't really have a good way to dodge them. Things like the gargoyles, you can kind of bounce up and around. Gargoyles are scums upstairs. Closer. Just have a big stretch of zombie ghoul fights at this point. Gives you finally a little bit of a break from all the crawl battles, but zombie ghoul can be sometimes even worse. As ghouls can be in large quantities, you never have a 0 ghoul fight. It's always going to be 2 to 4. And we are going to be stuck here with a bat. The bat's so unbalanced. I feel like this is very unfair. That's how you like it. Oh, that's coming over here. Like that. Dan, please run away! That was a close call. Because that, I believe, was our last fight to wait. And now we can start heading to the surface. It just takes a long time until you've got a opening of a couple battles in a row that does not have a paralyzing monster. And so I probably have a better entry point where you don't have to do 2 paralysis potential fights. But since those are so early, it's way less of a cost of having to reset on those than having to reset, like, at this point, going through all that over again. Closer. Because we don't need the other boxes in here, otherwise you have even more encounter to kind of figure out how to route around. Well, there we go. We got our successful crown extraction. I could see if we get lucky on Astos. How many Ice 2s do I have? 3, and then a couple Fire 2 Lit 2s, so we could win if we don't get rubbed. I think it's worth giving this a try. And then if we just can't get it to work after a couple of goes at it, then I can try the mute strategy instead. Mute is not really needed other than in this one fight, so it is a little bit of a waste. I guess you can use mute in the eye fight. It'd be kind of weird, but I guess it's doable. The eye is surprisingly vulnerable to status elements, and you are very much struggling to kill it on that first go in. Once we have Ribbon Cell, then the eye is going to be a lot more interesting. Ribbon and Sun Sword. Well, that is currently very, very far away. Well, we're going for it. That is the smartest play using the house up there, but we're fighting Astos. Now we're going to get that crystal back. Just don't get rubbed. That's all we got to do. Rub's probably a 50% chance of success. And versus Dan, that means 150%. Whiskey past Rub. I think we kill Astos fast enough that we won't worry about the damage spells. I did house up so I would have basically unlimited Fire 2s and Lit 2s after the Ice spells running out. There we go. Rub ineffective. Hopefully our damage is not. Like that. Astos! Going down, we picked a level 15, which would have been nice in the Marsh Cave, but we did not have too many problems trying to run. Everything that was a really critical fight, we did get first try when we actually had a turn. So let's get out of here. Let's get some very nice upgrades. I'm going to go with Silver Bracelet. Only if we really, really have to. Silver Body Armor seems like a much better choice. Hey, Ryu, welcome in. I bet this is not as hard as the Player's 8 Bell run that you're doing right now. Solo Red Mage is not the easiest character to do the challenge on, but definitely not the worst. This will probably take me about 12 hours or so over 2 days. And I do hope you're having a wonderful weekend here. Oh yeah, Solo Thief was absolutely miserable. Solo Thief is the one that will bring you much regret and suffering. Mainly just beating Astos. I mean, the end game is going to be hard for a lot of character classes, but Solo Thief, the big problem is, before you get strong enough to be able to deal with Astos, the enemies are running away from you almost 100% of the time. And if the enemies run away, you can't get levels. It'd be very slow leveling against low enemies, but when you get 0 per fight, it is even worse. I think beating Astos was like 16 hours when we did Solo Thief. It's the best character class solo. I think Fighter is the easiest. Fighter is just consistently good from beginning to end. Black Belt is really bad at the start. So like they're going to take 4 hours to beat Bicky. But the Black Belt is so good as you level up that the second half of the game is really easy to make up for it. So Black Belt's probably the second easiest. I think Red Mage is number 3. Red Mage has got a decent start. Their middle game is alright, thanks to all of the AoE damage spells, but they just don't have the sustainability to get to the end of the game without doing a whole lot of work. Which is why we have decided to start robbing old women. It's the only way that we can get cash. Alright, there's our herb turned in. Or just herb acquired. How long was the Solo Thief? Well, you will see that when we get to the Solo Thief on the YouTube playlist, which is going to be starting next week for all of the solo challenges. I'll probably start with the main classes, so Fighter, Black Belt, and Thief, which will already be a long number of videos to post out there. And then we'll have Red Mage, White Mage, and Black Mage joining them. It's, I think, like 30-some parts for all the character classes. If I'm doing 3 a week, this is going to be a number of weeks to get through them. But someday we will have them all. Black Mage vs. Solo. Yeah, Black Mage surprisingly has a lot of late game problems. You'd think it'd be a good character class because they get fast and they get all the damage spells, but it is very, very tough with Black Mage having enough hit points to survive anything. And even when we are optimizing every single level up for stats, the mages do have a bit of a problem with survival. Like, I'm not going to get the Red Mage stats optimized here, which saves me a ton of time. You could easily spend like an hour per level up trying to just get the perfect stats. Usually it's not that bad for a lot of them, but some of the worst of them can be very, very improbable stat gains that you need. Yeah, Black Mage definitely has a lot of stat problems. If you're trying to get a strength point and a vitality point, and usually agility and luck on a regular basis, that's a lot of things that you're trying to juggle. I think if I was going to do one of those really long ones again, probably the biggest thing that I would kind of think about changing would be to put less emphasis on the raw hit point values, especially early on, and just focus on getting the core stats really good. Trying to optimize everything doesn't always have a possible solution to it because there's only 206 possible values for the random number generator to have. So when you level up, you're going to get one of those 256 outcomes. And if you have enough things that are like 1 in 4s, there might simply be 0 results that gets you everything that you want. Alright, key here we're going to turn into a lot of cash. And we're going to get some dynamite to explode some dwarves. And that makes it even better. Okay, these are worth selling. Yeah, maybe I can shield that, but the ones on the right side are definitely not worth selling. Dwarf Cave next, grab that stuff. Once we blow open the canal, I'll be able to get to Crescent Lake and buy the silver armor, which is going to be not used for a super long period of time, but it's definitely helpful to have. Silver armor might make it a little bit more practical to do some of the Peninsula power fights. Like, I think the 3 Zombo battles are going to get a lot better. And that's going to help quite a lot. Like, if we can even semi-consistently win 3 Zombo fights, that is very good experience, and you're going to be able to take a lot higher percentage of the battles as well. Probably the slowest part of the Peninsula Power grind was just resetting until we got a fight that was actually usable. Hello, dwarves. I've come to destroy you and steal all your stuff. I hope that we can come to a mutual understanding about this. Good news, dwarf has exploded. And now his stuff is ours. Again, a lot of this not super valuable, but the dragon sword is something I could sell for a bit of cash. It's worse than the silver sword, so there's no reason to hang on to it. Got our silver armor for free there. Get a house back, which we can use at Peninsula Power. And I think we can get Fire 3 picked up here. Fire 3 and Cure 3 are the only 2 5th tier spells that we're going to care about. Life 1, obviously, for a solo challenge is not particularly useful. So that if you were going to be class changing in this adventure, you still wouldn't want to get it. That's not the ones that are not super expensive, so we can avoid spending time selling those back. All those are worth money. Alright, once we leave the inner sea, we're also going to have no more spots conveniently available where we can get tents. Want to stock up on those, get some more heals and cures. I guess we can see how much cash we have at that point. We want to go over here. Now, would I ever need Fire One? I don't believe it's useful, so I'm gonna do a little experiment and try getting Fog One. It's the kind of thing that I don't think really makes much of a difference, but if it ever does, it's gonna be big. Cashing at the Rune Sword and Were's Sword out of Temple of Fiends. Cash should not really be much of a problem for this adventure. We do have some expensive spells, but we can basically sell all the gear that we find. And we can buy a lot of hero potions, so buckle up. We might be here for a while. The worst part is at the end when it goes to print out a receipt, it takes several minutes. This thing is going to be miles long. I think we're like halfway done with the heal potions. It's a good start. Probably should get that Rune and Wear sword. Please turn those into cash for some houses we want to do Peninsula Power. Hey, Battlesburger. Thank you very much for your contributions to the Melmond Relief Fund. Unfortunately, the town of Melmond does not have an item store, and all heal potions are out of stock. Hey, look at that. Got 99 heal potions. We'll be doing that more than once during the game. There's a reason why they invented buying multiple items at a time. We'll do our tents. Gotta use at least one extra save game item every time you use a house, because there's a bug in which, when you use a house, it will save the game first, and then it will recover your spell charges, which means if you reset the game and reload, you don't get your spell charges back, even though you have lost your house. It means you have to double save every time you use a house in order to preserve your spell charge count, which makes it a gigantic pain. Only thing your brother would let you do is buy healing potions. Well, at least you're gonna do the best part of the game, Namron. It's really all downhill from here. Alright, we'll go over to Temple of Fiends, we'll grab the 2 swords. There's another sword in Earth Cave. Or should we go and kill the vampire we can grab on that trip in? And I'm mostly just considering like how important it is to kill the vampire early versus just waiting till we do our lich grinding and then go over there. A lot of things get so much easier with Fire 3 charges. Level 15 and 16 are going to be massive for Peninsula Power. If we get Fire 3, then we can pretty easily do quad zombie fights. That's going to be really big. Ooh, also, most difficult part of the challenge. Trying to not pick up any soft potions. Let's see if I can do it this time. This one's the easy one. The hard one is going to be when we go to the Cardia Islands. There's one soft potion in a box that I always forget about. And that is the mark of shame. Alright, swords acquired. That's enough cash to get at least 3 houses. But I might want to get Fire 3 instead of the house. And we'll see whether it's worth doing a Peninsula Power trip or not with that. Mute might still be useful, because with the eye fight. But I can wait until we have basically gotten to the ice cave. Is there anything else where Mute would be useful for? Should be it. If anything, it would be a fire for ordeals, but you probably don't even want to do the Mancats or the Gargoyles. Those things are so horrible that it is extremely foolish to even try it. There's so many that have some really ridiculous opening moves. And in the remakes, they swap the move order, so that they do the really bad moves last, which takes them from like the hardest battles to being kind of trivial. It's a little bit sad. So 7,600 is not enough to get my Fire 3 yet. That should be, I believe, 8,000 gold. I mean, maybe we do the vampire trip. Vampire would get me some pretty good value. I would need to have probably 2 lit 2s and 2 fire 2s, so we are able to get through the big ones. I wouldn't be able to use any fire 2s on other battles, which is a little bit scary. I kind kind of like the idea of seeing if I can grab Fire 3 and maybe do a Vampire. If I get Fire 3 and just have one of them, that's already a pretty big one. That way you could probably use 1 Fire 2 on something else, maybe even 2. Fire 3 ends up one-shotting the Vampire. Should be safe out here. Boring, but safe. Where we have right now, we are at just under 8,000 gold. Let me confirm this is 8,000. If I misremembered, it's like 12,000, then it is probably not viable to try and grind it out. Okay, yeah, 8,000 gold. We should be able to do it. Undead fights are pretty good for money, and there's a bunch of undead over to the west of the town. I mean, shadows that are amazing, but other than ambushing us 90% of the time, they're generally not too bad. What's a lot worse is going to be the Ghoulgeist. Come on, Nick, your turn! Did not get his turn. That's basically just not survivable. If you get paralyzed, you're out of it. You would have to go pretty much last in the round, and then go first in the next round. And even then, you might not successfully get out of it. So you're waiting for a very, very long time to try. I could do Crescent Lake. We might be in a range where Crescent Lake is actually a very viable spot. This you can save right next to it, so you just blast with spells constantly. You get a whole bunch of giant troll and bullfights. They're much smaller than Peninsula Power, but because it's so fast to get back around to another cycle of it, it can be more lucrative per minute if you're not able to get those Peninsula Power ones consistently down. Is that worth considering? But it's gotta be better than these. You know what we're here? Let's do this, kid. No use putting it off. At least the top half. We'll get Vampire taken out, and when we feel like we're ready for Lich, probably is going to be after we can easily survive an Ice 2 spell. And maybe you need both an Ice 2 and a Fire 2. I don't think so, but maybe. Looking good here so far. We should have, I believe, one wizard encounter if we do Vampire this way. We've already seen that even 4 wizards is survivable. That was before we had the armor upgrade. So I feel pretty confident that it'll go well. sub 3 of our vampire is going to be our target. Do that. Then we can probably do a lot of things. Except for running. We cannot run. Running is totally impossible. Roger's very tempting. Got the Ice 2 spells, which I don't think need to get used anywhere else. But there's at least one more Groger fight that we can use it on. That. Beep beep! Let's head down. Wherever you see arachnids on this floor, that would be cockatrices downstairs, which is an enemy that we really want to avoid. Petrification, even worse than paralysis. Paralysis, you've got a 1 in 4 chance of snapping out of it. And if you're facing a paralyzing monster, you're probably going to get knocked into paralysis again. But petrification, you just lose. There's no recovery. So that would be bad. Our heal potions now. I'm not going to get Cure 2 for a long time because Fire 2 and Lit 2 are still very relevant. And they will remain so for the foreseeable future. Mummies with Sleep Touch, scary. Images with Stun Touch, a lot worse though. That's what we're going to have to fight on the way back out. Right now we are fighting the vampire. Alright, vampire also has Stun Touch, so that's a very scary first round. And that is the vampire going down. Okay, we made it. Can we make it out is the big question. First strike, nice. Unlike Marsh Cave, this route is pretty backloaded for the danger. It is meant for a full party, not for a solo character. Okay, that was a lot of wizard. Those were some very bad Lit 2s. Welp. Dan's trying that again. We will, unvampire. It was going so well until that happened. Then it was not going well at all. Our first strike's determined by the in-battle RNG, yes. So they are part of the same group of things that controls the number of enemies that show up, the turn order, the combat results like damage and rolls and things. First strike is part of that calculation. Oh, the bat's so slow. It is officially one of the three worst things about this. The other worst things would be everything else. Oh, 50 might just be too aggressive. This is the lowest realistic level I want to try this. I was originally planning on level 18 or so. And that extra little bit of magic defense might make a difference on some things. Get a little bit more hit points, which may have saved us versus the wizards. Or just get lucky and not have 4 wizards that all do maximum damage. That probably would have been pretty good too. The ball of rice too. There's nothing else that I really want to spend these on. Well, Tonia, thank you very much for resubscribing back for 58 months. And thank you as well for the good wishes. Hope you enjoy our solo Red Mage challenge run this weekend. So far, it has been pretty challenging. Red Mage is a character class that has moderate challenge for the beginning. It's definitely not easy, although it's not the worst by far. It's kind of got a low challenge for most of the mid game. Once we get past probably, definitely past Ordeals, it gets a lot easier. Even past Lich is going to be a very big improvement. Like, Lich is a really major hurdle, and then you kind of cruise from Lich all the way to Temple of Fiends, and then Temple of Fiends is really, really hard. Vampire down again. And this time, we mean it. Oh, Dan, you went last. Why would you go last? Probably just to spite me. Let's go up to full. We got wizards coming up. Which makes a huge difference for how many times you have to run this game. You would definitely enjoy Destiny of an Emperor, which has some really fast movement speed. And it's an NES RPG that I highly recommend. Just really fun. Okay, so we did the worst possible Lit 2s. But we did not get murdered by the wizards this time, which is a big improvement. Honestly, that's about as much as Dan can hope for. Alright, now can we get past images again? Like, this is when he was supposed to be the scary part of this trip out. That's what concerns me. Another image fight done. Another bat done. We can get past this one. Then I think we make it. I believe that we have very nearly gotten Earth Cave Part 1 complete. It was definitely concerning. I mean, things I expect to be a big problem were the vampire, because you can get paralyzed by the vampire's physical hit, in addition to being just massive damage. So that's one you can get to the fight and just instantly lose. The wizards I was not expecting to be a problem, because we had dealt with 4 wizards in Marsh Cave. Not easily, but the fact that we dealt with them at all. And it's before we get an armor upgrade and extra hit points. I was not expecting even 4 wizards to be that big of an issue. And it can be definitely scary dealing with the images on the way out, but those went surprisingly well. Images only have 1 attack per round, which dramatically lessens the number of paralysis hits that you're going to have to endure. So that is kind of a big factor for it. For a solo character, some of the weaker enemies like the Spectre and the Geist that get multiple attacks are much more significant threats. Or the Crawl, which just hits you for 1 damage repeatedly, but almost has a 100% paralysis rate. Out of the way that. We are tired of your shenanigans. We are in search of freedom. And snacks. I think we could also use some snacks. Dan trying his best. Dan always tries his best. It's just that Dan's best is not very good. Speaking of not very good, is that. Like another run there. Well, it does no longer matter about all the stun touching around here. Just basically kind of tedious to go across the very large stretches that you have over to the Titan's Tunnel and then over to Start and then all the way back to Earth if you're doing it in one go, which we are definitely not going to do in one go. Because we are probably going to go to the Peninsula of Power after this. The monsters have hit effects based on the number of attacks instead of the number that they actually land. There is a bug that affects status ailment specifically, which is that when an enemy has a touch attack, after the first time that they successfully land one, every other attack will try to apply it whether they hit or not, but it's only after they land the first one. So it's not strictly the number of attacks, but it is more than it should be. It's like if they miss the first 2 and then hit the 3rd, then the 4th and 5th would apply touches even if they missed. So something like a Crawl, which has 8 attacks per round, is going to be a massive pain. Okay, sure, they might miss 2, maybe 3 attacks, but it's still a very large number that they're going to get to try to apply. Guru Medusa is another one which is very similar. They have 8 attacks, and by that point you're probably dodging 3 or 4. But those are going to be just rapid fire paralysis attempts. So even if you have resistance to it, the 3 and 256s can stack up very quickly. And with that, we have obtained the rod. And with this, we are practically invincible. Our wizard's so powerful, they're just very angry that they don't have any spells. They're not actually Mind Flayers. That is the sorcerer, which is why Mind Flayer has the death touch. It's the brain suck attack. The wizards are Pisco Demons, which is kind of like a Mind Flayer light. It's kind of related, but it's not an actual Mind Flayer, so it is very much less of a threat. All this stuff makes more sense if you play the remakes where the enemy names have been reverted back to what they originally were supposed to be. Most of them are just completely directly spelled out in the Japanese version, and it was only the English version where things were kind of obscured. Sometimes because with only 8 characters you can't really fit in some of the longer names. Sometimes for like censorship reasons, and sometimes for avoiding copyright. Nice, got the fire 2 off. I'm always shocked when that accidentally happens. Alright, so we're doing for cash. We're at 5,000 here. Can sell the Coral Sword for, I believe, another 3,000. Was it 4,000? Yeah, it's 4,000. So that would be enough to buy Cure 3, which is nice, but not immediately critical. I think getting houses would probably be the best thing we could do here. And just start blasting away Peninsula Power again for a bit. Fire 3 makes our lives much easier. We have a whole bunch of save game items and healing potions and other things that we can use. Let's do this. So the basic plan's gonna be Peninsula Power up to probably at least level 18. And then see if I'm feeling ready for Lich at that point. And we'll get a Fire 3 charge. I already have one at 15. Next one's at 16. 18 gets me a 3rd charge. And 3 charges of Fire 3, I start feeling a lot better about being able to beat Lich with that. The strongest offensive spell the Red Mage gets, Fire 3 we've already got. The Red Mage has already peaked. We've bought the strongest weapon that we can buy in the game. We've bought the strongest spell that we can buy in the game. When I get the Cure 3 spell, that's going to be the best healing spell I can buy in the game. It is very sad. Best weapon armor, though, we have a little bit of time. The best armor is going to be the Opal Bracelet out of the Sea Shrine. With second best being the Gold Bracelet that will get our ordeals. Best weapon's going to be the Sun Sword out of Mirage. How many of these odd eyes are there going to be? Would not like anything that's got paralysis. We get Ice 3 only if they class change, which we are not going to be doing. Lit 3 and Ice 3 are the ones that you get from class change that are semi-interesting. The problem is by the time that you get them, they're already not super useful. And with your limited number of spells per day, especially compared to like a Black Mage, you're going to really struggle to make good use out of them. The best number of melee hits for the Red Mage, so we have fast, which is going to help a lot for that. The problem is, even with fast, our base attack damage is so bad. And so the Red Mage fast with the Mazmune is going to be doing less damage than the fighter without fast by a noticeable margin. Like a fighter with a Mazmune at level 50 is going to clean up on Chaos pretty easily. A Black Belt is just going to laugh at Chaos. Probably one-shot him. But a Red Mage is going to be a pretty tough fight. And I'm really hoping that we don't have to do a whole bunch of trips into Temple of Fates at the end of the game. Because that would get messy. Let's do the back door this way. There's another dock that we could use on the upper left side, which is less walking up to Peninsula Power, but it's a little bit less good for restocking houses. And I imagine that we're going to have to restock houses at least once. That's the dock there. We got one Fire 3 right now. One battle with multiple enemies should get me the level up, which is going to be our second Fire 3. So I think Fire 3s we use on 4 packs. Anything smaller we use Fire 2s on. And we should be able to get at least 2 battles that are good per house out here. Which I think is going to at least pay for itself. It'd be really nice if you could pay like 2 for 1 so that you could get way faster houses back than you are spending the cash on. But I don't think that's quite going to happen for a while. Let's have a house. That's the game with only 1 character. Nope, you gotta have 4 characters. There's plenty of things you can do with the randomizer, but not with a normal game of Final Fantasy. The randomizer makes so many changes to how the game works that sometimes it can be a little bit confusing about what is actually in the game itself. Remakes fix the intelligence scaling, starting with the GBA version. There is an implementation of intelligence. Every 10 points of intelligence gives you basically a multiplier for your spells. It means a Black Mage is really good at spell casting, White Mage is pretty good, and then everybody else is much worse. So it's a very heavy nerf for the Red Mage, and it also nerfs the melee characters using combat items. And there's level 16 done. Now we got 2 Fire 3s. Ooh, now we got a lot of samples. Excellent. Has every version nerfed the Red Mage? Yeah, Red Mage has gotten the one heavy nerf pretty much every go-around. It was a very good character class in the original. I don't think it's the best character class, so it probably didn't need to be so heavily nerfed, but it is very easy to play. Makes it an attractive target. think they probably couldn't nerf the fighter because it's such a beginner-friendly class that it would hurt people that really need all the assist they can get. And Black Belt, while it is amazingly overpowered, it's just kind of pretty clunky to use a lot of times. So nerfing the Black Belt's never been really important. Bonus single. We're still looking for another 4-pack here. Yeah, I don't know if I want to take a 2. I mean, I can probably do it with the Fire 2s that I've got. But the problem is that I have to spend a lot on healing, which... I mean, I guess healing costs are pretty low, and the time buying healing potions is not bad compared to the time walking here and back. So might as well take whatever we can. Level 17 done. Still looking for the Fire 3 use. I'd probably use it on a 3-pack now. We're gonna say no to the 2s. They're okay, but we could do better. And you can see how much faster the leveling is going at this point, with Fire 3 being a big driver. But also the increased hit points. Both are important here. Here we go. There we did not go. Where'd all our Zumples go? We used to get 4 Zumples every single time. And now, they're mysteriously absent. There they are. Mystery has been solved. You only get 4 Zombies when they can murder you. Once they're a good fight, no, they're gone. Right, we've got another 6,000 to go for level 18 here. Each Zumble is about 1,000. Troll's about 768. So we get Trolls there a little bit less good, but still kind of worth including. Basically, 2 Trolls is a Zumble and a half. Thieves steal the best stats and skills of your companions. The only thing that Thief steals are your hopes and your dreams. Alright, next big fight's gotta be level 18 picked up. We could probably get to 19, maybe even 20, which would be looking really good. This might be enough for 2. Bottom one dies here, almost certainly. Top one's pretty close. 315 is done. All right, 315 doing okay. We got 3 fire 3s now, which is extremely helpful for this. I still have 2 houses to get level ups on, so we can do a couple of big fights now. It kind of changes the calculations a bit because now it's no longer really practical to get the kind of small fight in between. We need like nothing but big ones. And we also don't have a ton of healing. But at least this is a start. Alright, so 3 fire 3s now. And I got another house after this. So we can, in theory, do somewhere between like 18 and 24 zombies. Which is at this point 2 levels. So I think we can hit 20. Every time I do one of these smaller packs, I know I'm giving up a little bit of value. That does hurt me a tiny bit. But just a tiny bit. We beat the fiends very, very slowly. The way most of it's going to work is that you eventually can get buff enough to survive the attacks. And then even though you're killing them really slowly, they're not killing you. Solo Red Mage not include the Red Wizard. I mean, you can decide to do if you want a class change or not. They're just different challenges. Solo Red Mage no class change is going to be a fair bit harder than just plain Solo Red Mage. But if you're not feeling up to doing no class change, starting with an easier challenge is not a bad idea. Try that one again. With the additional armor and additional hit points, sometimes Dan has accidents. And by sometimes, I mean sometimes his Fire 3s does the same damage as Fire 2s. And that is not good. I think Dan might be getting a little bit tired. Let's go back to the 4 zombie fights. These have been good to us. Remember the first time that we did 4 zombies? It was such a magical experience. And now the experience is that Dan can't even kill 1 zombie with Fire 3. Which is a whole different kind of magic. Alright, good fight there. The Troll's tough. Trolls have more physical attack than the zombies do. And if you've got a fighter at the front, it's not a big deal because the Troll with multiple attacks, in turn, are going to have their damage reduced harder by having better defense. But our Red Mage has kind of bad defense. it means that even with the extra buffs, we are still pretty susceptible to things going badly. Like that. Because that is how the zombies are done. Alright, level 19's out of the way. Let's see if we get level 20. We've got 3 Fire 3 still, 5 Fire 2s. I need 12,000 experience, which is 12 zombies. So gotta have 3 perfect 4-packs. And that's pretty unlikely, but maybe we can do it. It's a 25% chance of getting 4 zombies. Seems like we got like a decent chance of killing them when we find 4 zombies to show up, so might take a little while. But at least seems doable. You know, somewhere on average of 12 fights for the requisite number. Or I could just take these and call it kinda good. I think I'm tempted to call it kinda good. Maybe we'll be able to slip in like 1 werewolf battle and kind of pad out the rest of the experience that we need. I think I've got 2 Fire 2s left over after the Fire 3s are done. So, like, it in theory works. Nice, there's a 4. There's some good rolls, Dan. 30, 88, 124, and alright, 190 is at least better than Fire 2 can do. The other 3, not so much. And that means this is looking pretty bad. Those furwolves, like, maybe they're doing better here. Ooh, 4 strike. Okay, that's really good. I wonder if I drop and I can actually finish them off with ice 2s if there's like a little tiny bit left to go. Yeah, 53 is a lot left to go. That's better than nothing. Can even try doing the giant fight with ice 2s. Sometimes that is another nice way to get a little bit of extra experience. Alright, 2 more zombie fights to go. Two more zombie fights left to go. Maybe we'll try the giants. Not doing anything really important with these ice 2s. And giants don't have an element of weakness, so you're just doing decently good spell and hoping that you can survive, which, I mean, Dan is doing his best. Sometimes Dan's best is not great. I feel like if we'd gotten 2 first strikes in that fight, we might have had a chance. that was a decent Fire 3 at least. So it's not great for experience because we're losing a half Zomble from the trolls, but it does count. Right, let's see what we are at this point. We have 3,300 to go, which is a little bit more than 3 Zombles. Survive the fight, that is an accident, and you know it. It will not happen again. Maybe, BB. Hope you enjoy our solo Red Mage tonight. And tomorrow night as well. It's going to be probably a full weekend. Well, there's our 4 Zombles. We survive and win, we get the level up. Let's see. Very good. Very good. Not as good, but 3 out of 4 is definitely a solid effort here on the Zombles. That is level 20. Also a lot of cash. At this point, 15,000. So you basically say 1,000 per Zomble. So 15 is 4 full Zomble packs level 21. It's getting kind of tough to level up for Peninsula Power here. So this might be the time that we have to go and fight Lich. Prep we want to get, so the mute spell is something we could maybe use in the ice cave later. I could toss on Cure 2 and Cure 3 at this point. I could think about A-Ice, although I really don't want to spend the time in the Lich fight doing A-Ice. You've got a little bit less than a 50% chance of going before Lich. Lich has got a 75% chance of using spells. And so while you are doing okay at getting A-Ice off before he goes, it's a complete waste if A-Ice goes after Lich. And you might as well just blast him with as much damage as you can. Alright, tents are fine. We'll get some more heal potions and houses before we go over to Earth Cave here. Should we get those out of Crescent Lake? That's the precise magic damage formula. So every magic spell has a power stat. And so, for example, the base damage in Fire 2 is going to be 30. But enemy is weak to it, you get a 50% bonus. But enemy is resistant to it, it cuts it in half. And all spells are going to be base damage to 2x, and there's a chance based on the spell's accuracy versus the enemy's magic defense and resistances before you get a critical hit, which is a second application of your base damage to 2x. So fundamentally, you're looking at base damage to 4x as your typical range. You can do shopping at Elfland. I was initially planning on doing shopping in Crescent Lake. Without the canoe, it's a bit of a long walk. If the 8 spells had priority battle, then they'd be really good. Like, if you knew this round, enemies using fire attacks, you can get a fire off guaranteed, like, that would be a very, very strong move. But it would almost be overpowered, because you don't have a lot of fights where it's really, really challenging. Final Fantasy, most battles are very easy, and then very occasionally the battles are very hard. The damage is like, so it is the same as having any other kind of resistance, which is reducing the damage by half. It also basically means that you're very unlikely to get critical hit by it, which is also a pretty significant reduction. So the combination makes it so that spells get way less threatening if you've got the appropriate resistance type. And so, for example, things like the Argoyles or Mancats and Ordeals having Fire 2 will completely wreck your party, but if you had Fire Resistance, they go from extremely dangerous to, like, moderately annoying. Alright, Nation Tongue, have a good night. Pleasant dreams. We'll have more of our solo Red Mage tomorrow as well. And tonight, we'll have more solo Red Mage. There's just gonna be Red Mage all weekend long. We have to pay for using all those heal potions to Peninsula Power. I didn't want to, but I had to. And now I have to fill out the incident form, explaining where our heal potion went. They must be filed in triplicate. Looking good there. We'll grab a couple of houses because those are still handy for a couple of dungeons coming up. We've got our Cure 3 spell, which is going to be 8,000. At that point, we are pretty much done with big purchases in the game. I'll buy a Pro Ring, buy the bottle, which is required. We'll get a gold bracelet for free. There's no leftover weapons to buy. There's no spells left in the game, like we have everything the Red Mage can reasonably use. So we might have hit the point where money has very quickly become irrelevant. Picked up. Those will probably be more useful than Fire 3s by the end of the game. Like initially when you get the damage spells, they're amazingly good. Like, because magic has fixed damage numbers, there's no improvement over time. They're very good when you first get them and not so good not long after. So often the shelf life of those damage spells is only going to be like an area or two. What do I do for Cave Part 2? The wizard fights are not particularly daunting. I don't think I want cockatrice battles. The undead fights are concerning. And I don't know if I can easily avoid those. see how bad the initial setup is. There are some ways to get through this that, by delaying a bunch of encounters, you can more or less skip over a lot of the worst of the fights. But usually with a 4-character party, the Spectergeist and the image fights are not that horrible. Like, the cockatrices are still pretty bad because you don't have a lot of petrification. The wizards are bad because they're slow and unrunnable, but you're not as worried about one person getting paralyzed. Whereas we are very worried about one person getting paralyzed. That does change the calculus a bit. But I also notice that there's a slightly lower chance of running compared to a normal 4-character party. That's because when you have a character with status ailments 2 below you, in this case it would be Ackle for Dan, and Dead does count as a status ailment, it hurts your chances of running by a bit. So we don't have as good of a run rate as you would normally have with a party for the character in slot 1. And it's on top of the fact that we only have one character, we don't have multiple people that can try it. That's right, Acklerin. This is probably all your fault. And being dead is bad enough. But being so dead that even Dan is bothered by it, that is a new low. Alright, mummies are kind of annoying because of the sleep touch, but at least that's a guaranteed wake up instead of a 25%. Mummies, it hurts so much! Alright, Dan woke up. Dan went back to sleep. Dan woke up. Now Dan is about to die. But not quite. He's working on it, okay? Worst part of that mummy fight is that we're going to spend like 3 minutes later buying those heal potions back. Alright, this is the time. Cockatrices versus images versus Spectergeists. I kind of think the Spectergeist might be the worst of this here. Well, this means that we're going to have to brave the cockatrices. And Dan is not a very brave man. Thing is with Spectergeist, I think if you get into that fight and you do not go at the very beginning, you are just dead. Whereas cockatrices, you might make it through half of a round. One half of a round later. We just gotta do it, I think, one more time. Okay. And going last is not the best strategy, but somehow it's worked out for him. This time. And somehow, we might be making it down to Lich. First Fiend. And it's not going to be easy. The hold spell is extremely scary. Anytime that you got stun touch attacks, stun spells, it can be worse than damage in some ways. Sleep touch is no fun thing. It'd be really great if Dan did not go last in every single fight. Every single round of every single fight. Try it again. We were so close. I mean, the problem is, like, you're gonna have images on that floor as well, so delaying doesn't necessarily buy you better encounters. Thinking maybe take one extra fight on the third floor. I think that would reduce my cockatrice fights down to 1. And you only have 1 scary fight without having Spectre guys show up. What level is Dan? Dan is level 20. Which is a little bit high for Lich, but for a solo Red Mage, this is feeling about right. We've hit a point where leveling up Peninsula Power would be a pretty hefty bit of work. It's 16 or so zombies for level up. And while it doesn't get that much higher, like at peak it's going to be 32 for level. It's at the point where it's a hopefully better opportunity to advance in the storyline and then get better battles for levels after this. That does require that we beat our first fiend, face our ordeals, and have a nice time in a very, very nice place. Problem is, while the zombie fight is really good, it's also somewhat uncommon. It's only a 25% chance of getting all 4. And while you can sometimes make do with a mix of zombies and trolls up to 4, it's going to be a lot of work per battle that you get, where some of the trap tile fights are going to be almost as good for experience, but way, way faster to generate. Past images. That's what's important. Alright, so idea here would be, I guess, 2 fights against images? Or I could do a fight against wizards, which... wizards are probably not an issue. But let's do image. Maybe we should have done the wizards. Alright, there's one down. No turning back now. If we do it this way, then we are, again, skipping 1 cockatrice fight. And that should let me do the floor without having to get Spectergeist. I don't know about this. It's spending more time, and images are not exactly fun. Like, we are definitely having a bad time against some of these. So is it better than the cockatrice battle? Maybe. Maybe. But we still have another one to go. So let's go do it. We're gonna have Cockatrice, then I think we do get a wizard guaranteed, and then I think we get like a freebie fight. Two Cockatrices. One close call. Alright, wizard fight coming up. Should by this point be pretty easy. I keep saying that and then they keep proving me wrong. But at some point, with enough hit points, Dan might actually have a decent chance versus these. Why does Dan go last so frequently? Because Dan has manners. Dan understands that in a polite society, you wait for all the enemies to attack. And then you show them your true power. So far, our power seems to be taking naps. Very frequent naps. But he's fine. Everybody's doing fine. This is just getting to Lich. Lich is going to be really tough for the fight. That is unfortunate. Alright, out of there again. We're instant closing. We might be in the home stretch. We might be past the last bat. That's pretty important. Bat placement is crucial. The first fiend. The first fiend is always the most special. Here we go. Lich. Phase 2 off, which is probably fine. We just want to see good damage on the fire 3s. No paralysis. No, he is paralyzed. And asleep. This is not good. If Lich gets the fire 2 and we are out of here. If we go first, I think we win. I don't think we win. Dan, paralyzed again. Oh, we're back out. We're back out. And we're back down. Dan almost had that one. And by almost, I mean that it was pretty much what I expected. F. Coughlin, welcome in. Thank you much for the raid, and welcome in, Raiders. Alright, we're doing a solo Red Mage challenge. By today, I mean pretty much all this weekend. It is going to be a formidable effort. I do hope you enjoy it. How difficult this is compared to other solo runs. It is harder than the Fighter and the Black Belt, and then it's easier than the White Mage, the Black Mage, and the Thief. So it's in the middle. It is probably the easier side of the middle, because this is, I'm hoping, the only character class in the mage pool that does not require carefully managing your level ups. We probably would have benefited a bit from having better stats, which you could get by resetting when you're in the early levels to make sure that you get as many strength and vitality points and agility points as you can muster, but at level 50, the real challenge is going to be, can the Red Mage get some decent damage rolls versus Chaos? Almost everything else is going to be more or less under control. I would say maybe the 4 purple rooms could get a little bit squirrely. Of course, Kraken 2 is always a big pile of hugs. We got 2 phases of this game. There is the early game, which for the Red Mage, kind of difficulty peaking here around the Lich section. And then you get a little bit of a breather for a while. Damn well gets a lot of naps. I feel like that previous trip one versus the Cockatrices, I kind of feel like the Cockatrice battle, while it is very scary, because you get 2 fewer image fights, kind of breaks even on that. The images were not that bad until they were that bad. Now we're going to class change. I am planning on not class changing. Doing no class change is a bit tougher. But it's really not that massive of a difference. For the Red Mage, doesn't get a lot of benefits from class change. You're looking at having pretty much no useful weapons and armor. In terms of spells, you're getting Lit 3 and Ice 3, which are nice, but not massive. And so if you want to just have the toughest challenge, and if it's not that much tougher than the alternative, then you just go all the way. No holding back. Red Wizard does get Warp, which allows you to get the Mazmune out of Temple of Fiends. That makes Temple of Fiends a bit easier as a result, because you can do it in 2 parts. Save some resources. That is one aspect where class change does help as well. As Dan doing the swimsuit competition, Dan has high marks all around. Personally, I would say his stylish hat is easily number 1. Maybe not useful versus mummies, but it's good for other things. We will see. Are we good enough this time to beat Lich? We get 3 Fire 3s off, or 2 really good Fire 3s. Most likely it's going to be 3. Let's see how we do. Nice 2 low rolling helps. 196, very close to a very good one. We would need a 204 here. But Dan has fallen asleep, so we will not get it. Alright, Lich did not physical us. No stun touch. No problems. Our first Fiend to have gone down. The Fiend of Earth is complete. That's pretty big. I think Ordeals is not too bad. Ice Cave's gonna be bad. But ordeals we should be able to get through without too much trouble. Is Lich fasting himself bad? I think it's a free turn, but it does increase the chances of getting paralyzed touched. So you're making a bit of a trade-off there. I would rather have Lich just barrel through the spells, because we can tank the Lit 2 and Fire 2, especially if Ice 2 rolls low. And he doesn't get to the stun spell until after he does the damage spells. The only one that knocks us out for a round is Sleep 2. So in theory, if Lich does nothing but spells, and as long as he doesn't max roll all the damage rolls, we take him out. Once he does physical attacks, though, then it gets a little bit dicey because any round could be paralysis. And then at that point, you have a 1 in 4 chance of snapping out of it, which you're really not hoping to have to see. Extra Fire 2s. I'm gonna use. How far are we going tonight? As far as we can. It's probably not gonna be a full 6 hours tonight, but I'll try to get pretty close to it. And I imagine that that's gonna be at least enough time to do Ordeals, Ice Cave, and basically pick up a lot of the gear in the northern part of the world. That's the minimum requirements that we have to do all of the grinding. We want to have a ribbon, we want to have the sun sword, opal bracelet. So we're hitting a bunch of dungeons, not to finish them, but just to get the things that we need to get buff. Truck out, have a good night, and pleasant dreams to you. Dan slept. You know, maybe we'll fight something besides those. This time. Yeah, we're diving close level 21. So not really urgent that we go and take out the battles here. We'll have a much easier time doing fights once you have infinite Lit 2s from the Zeus Gauntlet. We get the Mage Staff from Sea Shrine while you're up there grabbing the Opal Bracelet. I guess you Fire 2s as well. At that point, a lot of the low-level fights you can kind of just churn through. Ice Sword's going to be found in Ordeals, which is a little bit earlier than getting the Sun Sword. So we'll have that as well for some of the battles coming up. Like things are doing all right. Restock heal potions to get our canoe picked up here. Make our way over to Ordeals. There's nothing that we can get that's really valuable. I guess I can get the buckler if I want 2 extra defense until we've got the pro cape. You know what, maybe it's time to get buckled up. It would at least be a novelty getting the buckler, because nobody ever gets that thing. Okay, this should be good stock. Let's go and grab buckler here. It's so small, but I mean, that might have been helpful to have back in Earth Cave at some point. Sure, there's a spot where we were just very, very close to having survived. Now it'll never happen again. Now we got the canoe. Hey, Max. Dan has been training for this moment his entire life. And well, he's completely unprepared. At least he's tried. Alright, ordeals time. I think I do want the heal staff. Means that we're going to get past the nightmares an extra time. Heal staff's the only one I can have in my inventory that is not going to take up the much needed armor spaces. So helmets would be an option for some parties, but I don't think we can pull it off. So far, so good. Gonna turn into our deals here pretty soon. It's about now. We should be all set. The thing with our deals is that we're gonna be very patient going in there. There is extremely bad encounters almost every single fight, and only very, very tiny windows of opportunity where you can slip in between the worst of it. You're still gonna have some bad stuff. Like, we're not gonna do Medusas. Those are a little bit too bad. But we will probably have to deal with at least some number of mummies. Which means it might be nap time again. So let's get ready for that. If you want to be aggressive, there's a place in here that you can enter a little bit early, but that requires a Medusa battle. So we're gonna wait until we have only mummies and zombies. And the nightmare trap tile. And the zombie trap tile. Which is going to be terrifying because zombies have stun touch. And they have a lot of hit points. My thumb is getting tired from wiggling. It's not as bad as fighting Astos with an iron hammer, but it's definitely not good. Alright, so here we go. Let's hope for the best. Here we expect to have a good number of battles on this floor. It's really the floor upstairs where most of the problems are going to be. I guess that very, very tiny window of opportunity that you have in it. Alright, we got a lot of zombies. I want to save my fire threes for the zombies if at all possible. So this is uncomfortable. We're going to try the zombies with fire twos. I mean, we've done it. 3 zombies is pushing it for fire twos, but we should make it through this. And hopefully we don't get another triple afterwards. Alright, window. Put to sleep right before his turn. Alright, this time he could be put to sleep well before his turn. Don't think he's making it out of this one. But he's gonna try. First try run. There's definitely a first try something. Alright, try again. This is the danger of ordeals. It's a very costly setup. But you really have to know there's no alternatives. Let's go and try the Medusas. I don't know how I feel about the Medusas. Maybe it's worth it? Let's see how bad the Medusas are. I mean, you still have a zombie fight, I believe, and you have to do the mummy fight, but you get the mummy fight out of the way early. We'll see how bad this one is. I know it's not really a good idea. What are we doing ordeals? We need the Ice Sword, the Gold Bracelet, the Zeus Gauntlet. There's lots of great stuff here. In theory, you just do Ice Cave first, but the items are going to really help with that. Of course, we get maximum mummies every single time. We, of course, go last in every single round. But this time we make it. I mean, it is nice getting one of the bad fights out of the way early. The problem is there's a lot more bad fights upstairs waiting for us. And that makes me feel kind of nervous. Alright, it makes it through. Dan makes it through. I'm going to do the return trip side through the nightmares again so we have fewer steps. Don't know if it makes a difference, but this is one where I don't really know how many steps you have to spare. So take the absolute minimum that we can. And remember, even after all this, it's not over. The zombie dudes are still really bad. Got better weapon, better armor. Got a Zeus Gauntlet coming up, which is going to be pretty useful for a while. Not something that's going to be useful forever, but it does help. That does not help. I almost like the Medusa play better. Yeah, it's still really bad, but it's way less setup. And you get some of the worst of it out of the way at the beginning. I don't know if that's a good argument, but... Let's at least try it a couple more times before going back to the deeper set of version of it. So I gotta do the mummy fight, I gotta do the 2 Medusa fights, and then we gotta do the zombie fight. It is unrelenting. Hey, there's minimum mummies. That really helps. Minimum Medusas would probably help more, but mummies are not bad. Medusa's gonna be 2, 3, 4, or 5 showing up. The difference between 2 and 5 is a lot when it comes to how likely is it that Dan gets turned to stone. Zombies to 50-50. 1 versus 2. And having 2 really makes it a lot scarier. Right, there's minimum Medusas. There's Dan getting petrified. It was promising. I will give it that. Let's give it another go. But with the shorter setup, we are not quite cutting our time investment in half, but it's pretty close to it. So we can jam through a lot more attempts with this and not use as much time as I would have expected on it. Assuming it works, of course. Might just be the odds of getting through the Medusa fight without it being glanced are just incredibly bad. But a couple of first strikes would go a long way to that. Four Medusas. And going down again. Yeah, those glance outs are not great. Man, these 2 subs are our best bets. We wouldn't have like a pure zomble stretch at any point that we could use. That's the only fight where there's not an immediate danger of stun or sleep or stone. But even zombles kind of sap your resources pretty hard. That larger 3-pack of zombles was kind of scary. 7 mummies in a first strike is pretty scary. Put to sleep by movie number 10. I think 10's probably a pretty good number of mummies to be able to successfully avoid the sleep touch attacks on. But it was not to be. I mean, realistically, at this point, I'm just doing up past Lich. That was already a big win. This one's just a bonus. Another kill use. Nearly getting up to the left-hand side. Once again, getting all 7 mummies to show up. It's a 20% chance of getting all 7 mummies. Dan gets it 95% of the time. I would say it's a natural talent. Alright, first of the Medusa fights here coming up. Now that we know where they are, we can know that this was not a good one. Try again, Dan. Let's give the Medusa route 2 more tries, and then do another one of the longer route ones. I mean, we're still dying to mummies, which you're going to have more of on the long route. But it'd be nice to kind of mix it up between how we get murdered, just for some variety. Here, I was thinking the zombies would be the tough part. They probably will be, but we haven't even seen them yet. So in theory, they might not even exist. Alright, how many steps up are these Medusas? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So one question is, could we take 9 steps, get the Zombie encounter, and then only do 1 Medusa battle? Because that's a terrifying fight. But if you only had to do it once, maybe you'd be okay. The thing is, I don't know when the next battle after that is, so it's extremely sketchy. As even if you're assuming that you're taking these extra precautions here to get the heal staff with fewer steps. May or may not even be required. Build burst, it does make a difference for evasion, so we should put that on now. It still doesn't matter, but might as well do it before we forget about it. Grab the Zeus Gauntlet. If we're getting Medusas here, then we would not be able to get down the hallway to Zombies without seeing them. Alright, that went pretty well in the second Medusa fight. At this point. Zombie is our foe. Can we beat him? It's only 1, which is great to see. Didn't get paralyzed in the first round, which is excellent. That was terrible fire 3, though. Didn't get paralyzed again, only lost half of our health. And I think we we forgot the tail, and that is tragic. Absolutely tragic. Well, I guess we can't go back here again. Yes, cap is fine to get rid of. We'll have the Zeus Gauntlet on there for the Lit 2. Silver armor we can sell for some cash if we want to. Alright. We have got ordeals done. It was certainly quite the ordeal. But it's nowhere close to the challenges that we are going to face in the Ice Cave coming up. Only gets tougher from here. Then it gets easier. After the Ice Cave, it gets so much easier for a long time. Yeah, the rat tail does seem like a very useless thing. Which is why you should probably throw it in the garbage if you find one. Probably got diseases. It's probably infested with mold. I would not be shocked. If it is 1/9 as popular as Agama on pizza, like, you would have to be completely the worst pizza salesman ever to even think about that. You have to be an amazing Red Mage to go and take on the Ice Cave all by yourself. So welcome in, Storyteller Team Hat. Dan may have a fancy hat, but Dan may not have a nice time. For if I was to get ordeals done, I feel is doing pretty good here. The biggest chunk of time that we have left is going to be the leveling process, which if we are able to do an eye grind on a return trip, I could see going not too bad. Like, this time through, XXXX is free because we got over 300 health. But the Brax might be back. And that's going to be kind of scary. Hey, Blind Empire, welcome in. Ursat's Cats, welcome in. Hope you enjoy our solo Red Mage weekend. That's right. We are so ready for this mage that we're going to be playing it not just tonight, but tomorrow night as well. And someday, maybe even tomorrow, we might beat Chaos. At least that's what I'm hoping. Doing 4-job fiestas. Hope you're having fun with that. It is officially the 4-job fiesta season now. So I imagine all kinds of people are getting into Final Fantasy V. Do that. It is all ogre for you. Alright, here we go. We're skipping to 1 battle. We're skipping 2 battles, and we can't skip a 3rd, even though they are a whole bunch of Mummy Cockatrice fights. Because the Ice Cave has things that are even worse. Oh, that one's pretty good. Nice start to our ice cave there. There's just so many battles that have monsters with stun touch and stone touch and just bad touches in general. But it is a terrifying journey. We're back to the Earth Cube when the images were so horrible. Well, they're still horrible. Nothing has changed. Alright, Dan continues to be uncomfortably paralyzed here. This is not looking good. Let's try that again. And then again. And then again. This is the last dungeon that we're going to be here for a while on before the end of the game. And hopefully Temple of Fiends is not many times. But it is a lot of time per attempt. That was not a nice start to this cave. Try again. At least the wizards are slightly less bad here. Unfortunately, the wizards weren't even the problem. Like, they were not even in the top 10 bad things. I wonder if the ice cave would go better if Dan did not have his pants weighing him down. I feel like that might be the one critical thing that could be holding us back here. And sometimes you just have to take a chance. Oh, paralyzed the last hit. All right, Dan, can you get out of this? Can you at least try to run? Yes. Yes, Dan can. Maybe not very often. Maybe not very hard. But when he does, it is a miracle. Alright, Fur Giant taking us to Pain Town. But we can handle that. That ice sword makes a big difference here. Gold Bracelet's making a big difference as well with the extra absorb properties. Zeus Gullet means that we don't have to worry about running out of Lit 2 charges for wizards. Like, this is why those Ordeals items are so important. But they don't help with this. And this is something that we gotta do twice. Dan paralyzed. Again. How does he last every single round? It's very impressive how he does that. Would I rather have race, or would I rather have more cockatrice mummies? Because both of those sound like very horrible things. And I think we have to choose. Oh, that's pretty bad! Dan had an accident. Well, furthest progress is almost getting to the stairs. That's 2,000. Now we can have both. We get more mummy cockatrices. We get more race. We get more ice cave. Forever. Alright, technically he wasn't last in that round. Just 8 out of 9. That time he was last. Getsueki Suzuki LP, thank you very much for resubscribing back for 65 months. Hope you're enjoying the adventures of Dan, the solo Red Mage. And I hope you enjoy more fantasy Final Fantasy products in the future. At least that one hurts less because it was like just the very first attack. It's not like you had to agonizing wait through all 7 to attack before Dan went last in the round. Although, of course, you did. But you didn't have to. And done. Solo Red Mage is way better than Solo Thief. It could be a lot worse. So very much worse. Not 20 hours to beat Astos. It was 16. Now, the PlayStation version was like 20 hours to beat Astos. That one was somehow even more horrible. Oh, there was no loading time to the PlayStation version. It was just a lot of things. Astos is much harder in the remakes because all of the status effects work, so things like Dark reduces your accuracy score. And they doubled the boss health. And it's not like the Thief's any stronger, so you thought the NES version was bad. It turns out it can get a lot worse. Now luckily everything else is much easier because you can save before bosses. And so instead of spending 20 minutes going through the Earth Cave each time to get the Lich, you just retry the fight. The fight itself is harder, but the travel time to get to those battles, significantly less. Things like Ordeal is kind of trivial. Just skip all the encounters except for the zombie Ds. Well, even that was not that good. That's third, fourth, fifth. Dan would have gone 6th and then gotten paralyzed again, so I guess the upside of it is that even when Dan wins, he's still losing in the process. Alright, best progress still somewhat near end of floor 3. First trick. So we are less than halfway through Ice Cave on our best so far. Which means Dan needs to get way, way better for this to work out. Made it out of the Wraith fight. Wraith fight 1 of like 7. So we continue to head down. This one might make it to the Fur Giant. I think at the end of this incredibly, horribly long walk, we basically have a coin flip where we can beat the Iron out, and then after that we have to do the walk a second time. It does not get better after this. You know, Fighter gets better because you can get the Ice Shield, and the Ice Shield, as one of its side effects, is basically to give you a significant reduction in the rate at which all these touch attacks work, so things like the Image and Wraith, just so much better. But the Fighter's the only character class that gets that. Black Bolt gets a lot of magic defense, which can be helpful in a similar way. It's not as guaranteed or as simple as the Fighter getting the Ice Shield, but you don't have to wait until the Ice Shield, so that could be a big plus. For everybody else, the Ice Cave is Alright, I don't really need the money. I should probably grab it, but I don't really need it. Alright, the question of do we want to have Wraith or Cockatrice? They're both bad in their own special and unique ways. I think Wraith might be better, though. Let's see if I'm right. Alright, Wraith was pretty good. Alright, new best ice cave progress. We made it upstairs. People will come in. I hope you enjoy the solo Red Mage playthrough, because we will probably be at this for a while. But it's good quality time with the Arbones. They are one and only friend in this really horrible place. Big offense. Do we go for trickery? Or do we go for the eyes? Physical attack? Alright, well. Good news is, we got the eye fight. The bad news is, we've got to escape. Let's do this. Run. Now again, we get a choice. We can have another one of that gigantic pile of mess, or we can have more images in race. And so far, the images have not been great. The race have been even worse. But they have been maybe our best bet. And we may have the ice cave complete. All right. That was pretty big. Ice cave in only like 17 tries. We actually spent less time in the ice cave than ordeals, which is not what I expected for how many tries we had, but I guess ordeals was still pretty tough. The ice cave on accident. Oh, that would be horrible. If you killed the eye and then fell down without picking up the floater, that would be the worst. Because that is not a nice place at all. All right, under 5 hours to the airship. Feels like we're doing really well. We will probably spend some quality time going and acquiring all of the most wonderful and best equipments. And maybe some time spent burning the town of Melmont to the ground. So I think it sounds like a pretty good rest of our evening. Not too bad, doesn't even instantly kill him. Let's get the Zeus Golem. I guess I don't even need to use Lectus. Which is very convenient. That right there. That is the sound of one airship complete. Light up fire. Thank you for your contributions of fire to the Melmont Relief Fund. The town of Melmont does need lots and lots of cleansing fire. Bottles of it. Am I getting good level ups on the Red Mage? Nope. And I'm hoping that this does not cause problems later on. The Red Mage is borderline. You would be vastly benefiting from getting good level ups, especially if you really got the first 10 to 15 for vitality and a couple of other important stats. But I decided to just blitz through it. Take whatever levels we got. And we're probably going to pay for that later in less hit points, less evasion, less damage from our weapon swings. Like, it's going to hurt us in every aspect of the game. But if you end up having not that many more tries at a dungeon, except for maybe Temple of Fiends, then that's likely going to save you time in the long run. If I got enough money for the Grow Ring pickup, that would be decently better than the gloves we have on right now. Well, I could get a free Pro Ring as I'm doing a lot of this other stuff. I don't really need anything in Sky Castle for a bit. So when we go to Mirage, just like get the Sun Sword, that's about the only really important thing. You might notice that we are not doing Carrie as our next fiend. That's because Carrie's got absolutely no value for a Red Mage. Let's reveal the gloves. They are dead to us now. Put that on. We've got Silver Sword to sell for a little bit of extra cash. We can turn our bottle in. At this point, money is kind of worthless, which is a bit of a shame because we're coming up in an area where we can just get so much money for very little effort. What we can get here is cabins. Being able to have cabin at the first spot means that you can just mash through these really quickly compared to other locations. And so, for example, you wouldn't really want to buy back your heal potions here. That's one of the best places to cabin in the entire game. Alright, that's good enough for a long time. We've got sea coming up. A waterfall, which should be fun. Tappa Sea Shrine. Do I need the defense sword or the ribbon for Tappa Sea Shrine? I don't think so. But we do need the Oxtail. And now we got it. People fell for the steel armor trap. Well, let me tell you, if you've got a fighter on your team, if you've got 2 fighters on your team, you might have spent many hours, maybe even days, in the Earth Cave, grinding out the money for that steel armor, thinking, wow, this costs so much more than any armor we've seen before. It must be the best armor in existence. And after you have wasted your life, consumed your valuable childhood, getting not just 1 but 2 steel armors, only to discover that in the very next dungeon you get just better armor for free. It's better in every way. It has way less weight penalty. It's got elemental protection. It's totally free. Did I mention that? And then they did it again. And then they gave you even better stuff. And then more better stuff. And it turns out the steel armor, it was all a lie. Just hypothetically, in case that happened to you. Alright, heal potions have been restocked. Sea Shrine does have some pretty good encounters if we want to try and get the fights up there. At some point we can get rid of our tents and go down to just cabins and houses. Let's not do the tigers. They got a lot of creelets. Alright, Tappa Sea Shrine. What is our plan? I think we start out with 1 encounter skip. That's definitely because you want to get rid of the Naga. We also want to get rid of the Sahags, what we have to do. I think 2 more? 2 more should do it. Don't even know if I have to get rid of the Sags. Sags might be better than, like, Ghosts. Or Waters. You don't really have a lot of good offensive options. Alright, let's see how this does. And I can, as an option, also just grind on monsters here. Like, the experience is very good. You've got an inn right nearby. We have a mission. To go and get a gold bracelet for more deals. To go and get, pretty soon, an opal bracelet from this place. And then no wonder. Like, a bit of bracelets. Like, seriously. You get 1 good bracelet, and that's it? I feel like the knight gets like 27 pieces of gear. How come there's no love for the mages? mage choice, but the Red Mage doesn't get one. And the Red Mage is the only mage we care about. Our Red Mage has got the open bracelet. So that's something. Another 10 points of defense is actually kind of nice. That is a decently large amount here. Is there no Melmon card? I would have to assume that that would be illegal in many countries. Maybe even all of them. Just like this slab. Alright, so if I could make it happen, it would be very nice to get the Mage Staff for the free Fire 2s. And then I can put all of my 3rd tier charges into Cure 2s for the rest of the game, or presumably most of them. Only problem is I think we're going to have to fight some water mentals to do that. And that does seem like it might not be good. Ice 2 is unlikely to really impress them. If I only get 1 though, that would be fine. 2 is like maybe doable, and 3 is just not gonna happen. So yeah, I think we gotta work it out for us. Well, we got 3 water mentals. And we were not even close to getting to the stairs. 200's pretty good. The other one's unlikely to die this round, which means that we are likely to die this round. Yep, there you go, Stan. Alright, definitely inconvenient. Well, we could go in earlier and see if we can do everything except for the Mage Staff in one trip. We can try the Mage Staff and hope that we get better elemental luck. Or we go in much later. Skip the elementals and we are probably fine, but we spend a lot more time for setup. These are our choices. Don't think I've got any ghosts. So at least that's a plus. I think we just roll the dice in the waters. Like, I'm almost positive we can take a solo water. And a double water. At least we got a fairly decent shot. We get some okay rolls on ice too. Probably not that bad. It's really only the triple water that is that bad. Soul Shack's still okay. And Shark being worth 2 Zombles worth of experience, you can see how much better things get once you get a little bit into it. The eye fight's gonna be worth 3 Zombles of experience. And that is a lot of bull. So I'm gonna try and do an eye grind if we can make it happen. I feel like eye grind could very rapidly propel us to maybe to 50 right away, but close to it. Like 1 trip in with the eye, even though it's absolutely terrifying. Might be all we need. Just one of the reasons why the Sea Shrine is so good. The other reason is that surprisingly the morale score of the monsters here is very, very high compared to even later in the game. So while things in Mirage Tower and Sky Castle and the area around there are going to be running away from you, the Sea Shrine monsters don't, even at level 50. And since monsters running away is one of the things that can really cut down your experience in some of those places, it actually makes Sea Shrine a very viable option for a solo character grind at the late game. Because you're trying to maximize your stats. Because you get okay fights, you get fights that don't run away, and you get a save right nearby. Is Kraken a good boss? Kraken is the noodliest boss, which I think it's got to count for something. Seconds until we see that water elemental fight again. Sea snacks are okay. A little bit fattening, but in moderation. You can have a snack or two. Admittedly, this is one area where the class change of the Red Wizard does help a bit. Lit 3 and Ice 3 at this stage of the game are still quite usable. In fact, even in Mirage Tower, I would say they have some pretty decent value. Things like guards, chimeras are going to be much better with those options. But certainly in Temple of Fiends, it's not going to make much of a difference. So hopefully we have chosen correctly. Alright, solo water. Let's do this. Actually, I'm just going to do Ice 2s. Even if the damage is better with our sword, 1, Ice 2 can roll super high, and 2, missing would be really devastating. And water does have pretty good evasion. Not as good as air's, but it's still up there. pass. We've not got much else to do in Sea Shrine for a while. I'm going to get my ribbon out of Waterfall, so I don't need the ribbon at the bottom. Anyways, there's nothing else for items we care about. Light Axe is useless if you got the Mage Staff. The Power Glove is useless because the Saber Spell doesn't work in this game. So we are on to the Waterfall for Defense, Sword, and Ribbon. And hopefully, for some bats. Maybe even bats that are perhaps unusually far out of bounds. New Agama facts, well, luckily, I hear the Agama Research Society is working on that very problem as we speak. And maybe if everyone helped out the Agama Research Society just a little bit. New information about the Agama could be uncovered before you know it. Alright, here we go, it's waterfall time. I'm just picking a random spot for it. You're going to get different patterns for the mummies and the mud golems and the nightmares, but you're not going to see the random gas dragon for a very long time. And you really just need to be lucky on the way in. On the way out, because then you get the ribbon. Suddenly things like mummies are way less bad. Right now, things like mummies are still kind of bad. That is something we hope to change. Alright, after this, we can do the slab turn-in, get the chime picked up. We can get to Mirage Tower, floor 2. Sun Sword, Thor Hammer. Bats. Bats, so beautiful and majestic. But I think, like our Red Mage, may just happen to be the most adorable thing that we have ever seen. I mean, that bat. That bat is incredible. That is incredibly bad luck getting put to sleep by the Wizmummy on the very first attack. I'm sure Dan would have gone last. Second to last. Because that's what Dan does best. We might get to see the bat again. Maybe even more than once. Okay, Dan went less than that round as well. Alright, Aquilin, have a good night. Pleasant dreams. And I hope that you dream of bats flapping. And more importantly, not being in our way. Oh, Dan, there's only 2 mummies left. How do you fall asleep? One day he will not go last. And well, I don't know when that day is going to be. It's going to be a pretty big day. Alright, let's be honest, Dan's just going last all the time. 100%. Ribbon is a big upgrade, so I guess the buckler is out of here. Honestly, the Zeus Scarlet, do I need it right now? Probably not. Take the jokes to defense. We will take the cube. And we should probably take the defense sword, because that's pretty valuable. So we have a very nice item for bosses. We finally have elemental resistance, which is... Let me tell you, Dan has had some problems with elements in this game. And now, elements are going to have problems with Dan. Wow, that's a lot of experience. I mean, we could probably do better than that. You can't do better than that bat, but the experience... On average, that is going to be only equal to about what you have from the eye. Maybe a little tiny bit higher, and probably slower. Definitely a lot safer doing the fights here, though. I wonder for Solo Mage, is the eye really that good? It probably is. We'll certainly find out when we try it. But I suppose it is something to consider. Nah, we're done. We've had our fill of mummies. We've had enough of these bats, especially the ones that are way too inbounds. We have had the very last of this waterfall. Alright, waterfall's out of there. Next up was working on Mirage Tower. Alright, next up is having a quick nacho snack, but after that is Mirage Tower. And Mirage Tower should have the last couple pieces of the big puzzle. Thor Hammer for Freelit 2 that lets me get rid of the Zeus Scarlet, frees up that inventory slot for a Pro Cape down the line. Pro Cape, your first one, is going to be at the top of space, which not really worth the long hike for. At least not yet. And then we get the Sun Sword, which we're not doing a whole lot with melee attacks, but that is going to be pretty key for doing an eye fight, and it's going to be very useful for all the boss fights. As slow as it is with the Red Mage meleeing with Fast and the Sun Sword, it would be way, way worse with Fast and the Ice Sword. Alright, I think we have enough nachos for now. Maybe we will have some more nachos later. We do not want to spoil our dinners. And you can imagine, that things are pretty spoiled over here in the town of Melmont. Some would even say they are 100% rotten. And others would say that we have turned in the slab. Alright, looking pretty good there. I can sell there's a gold bracelet for some cash. And money not really essential, it's just making sure that we have enough to buy all of our consumable items, like a big stack of houses at some point. Many heal potions. Maybe even many thousands of heal potions. So far, we did a pretty good job. I've gotten no soft potion pickups. That is a sign of a good solo playthrough. Alright, here we go. Trip to Lufania. Gonna revisit some of our favorites from the Peninsula of Power. Oh sure, now Fire 3 works. How come that didn't work when we were trying to grind the Peninsula Power? Over and over again. I think it's a conspiracy. Ooh, nice, we got the quad samples. Extra bonus there. Having our defensive upgrades makes things a lot nicer for doing this as well. You're certainly not going to just shrug off the Zombie and Troll hits, but it is becoming pretty easy to do these now. Only problem is it's still a long amount of time per fight, and you need to have a lot of Zombies to get one level up. Roughly 32 Zombies per level once we get to the maximum amount of experience required. Which is really not that far away. We're low 20s currently. So we're getting pretty close to the point where the leveling curve is going to start flattening out. We're going to be getting into the Mirage Tower. Alright, so far so good. We are doing Mirage next. We've got vampires and guards to deal with. Most of those fights are pretty lucrative. We don't need anything on the first floor of the tower. Yeah, Aegis Shield's useless. Yellowbit's useless. The Vorpal Sword, of course, is useless. That last Zombie fight, please. There we go. We should be able to make our dash to the airship from here. And head on into the tower. It feels like we should be very, very late in the game going into Mirage Tower, but for the solo characters, this is really the midway point. This is where you have all of your prerequisites done. But you gotta get your levels taken care of. You gotta do the bosses, which is hopefully not gonna be that bad for the individual fiend fights. And then you gotta do Temple of Fiends, which is gonna be that bad. Alright, let's do it. The guards and vampires are half agam apiece. Those are worth a decent amount. Everything else in here is probably not a great matchup for us. Yeah, I guess I'll bring the twos. Maybe should left my Zeus Skull for this. We don't get the Thor Emperor actually until we get to the middle of it. This is a little bit late because we'll have done our 3 guard fights by then. I guess 2 guard fights? Yeah, probably 2 guard fights. Vampires, we can fire 3. Everything else we probably just run from. Alright, good start. 2.5 Agamas. I will take it. I mean, that's a pretty decent sized chunk of level. Like right now, that's 20% of level up. Here's another 20%, so we're just kind of crushing experience currently. Only problem is it's not consistently this good. So it makes it a little bit tough to do this as your main grind. But it's definitely not bad. When we do an eye grind, we get 10 eyes per level up roughly. Which means we should be able to do easily 10 levels in a trip. So maybe only 2 trips into the ice cave? And that would get our levels maxed out? Seems not unreasonable. And it gets a lot easier when you're doing that because if you get 10 levels in there, even by the time that you do the first go around, you've already gotten to the point where the enemies are way more likely to run away from you, and your magic defense is way higher for avoiding the worst of it. A lot of the casual attacks that might have gotten through, you can kind of ignore. '24 is done. I'm going 5-5 for our big fights. Pretty good. Yeah, the Catman is less good. The Thor hammer is ours. Dragon Mail for some cash. Sun Sword here is our another upgrade. Alright, I'm gonna say currently we probably don't need the heal staff all that much. It's gonna be nice to have, but that'll be in the for occasional use pile. Zeus Gauntlet I don't think we need right away, but do we ever need it again? We might never need Zeus Gauntlet again. I think I can put that in the for sale pile. Now I can get out of here. an often overlooked benefit of the solo challenge. Enemies that have spells and skills really go a lot faster when they only have to hit one character. It is a surprising benefit. Alright, so I ended up getting another 3 Agamas worth of services. So ultimately we ended up doing 20 out of a max of 23. It's not bad for our trip in. Certainly way better than your average is going to be. I think the average is 16? So in terms of experience, not bad. It's like buying 8 Agamas and getting 2 Agamas free. Let me tell you, that is a deal that you definitely do not want to miss out on. Alright, made it out of Mirage Tower, so our item acquisition is done. We'll do some inventory cleanup, get the purchases that we need here. For the foreseeable future, that is pretty much just a couple of cabins and houses. I think our heal potions are doing good. Get 99 heals, so we're definitely doing good there. I would say day number 1 is looking like we have things very, very nicely positioned. All of the early game stuff complete. We have gotten through the biggest early game bottleneck, which is doing that stretch between Lich and Ice Cave. At this point, we've done all of our cleanup stuff, which is going around to all the dungeons, picking up the things that we're going to potentially need for later in the game in different places. Yeah, we get Celsius Scarlet. I'm never going to use it. Don't need the wizard staff ever. Nice sword can go. It was a nice sword, but it is past its useful life. And so we must say goodbye to it. I don't need a huge number of these, and I might need to clean my inventory out later in the game for the purposes of having heal potions in a good spot. I don't want to buy too many houses and cabins. Is that good for everything? 11 pures, maybe we need more pures. That one I could see being an issue. It'd actually be really cool to have no pure potions, and then you'd be able to very quickly reach heal potions in your menu, but it would also be a bad idea if you ever got poisoned. That should be good. We're not going to get poisoned all that often, especially now that we got the ribbon. But it could still happen a little bit. There's plenty of non-elemental poison touch monsters. Now there it's our save here for day number 1. We've got